Marcy, it does look like we're all here and ready to go. Are we ready to go on the technical side? Can we go ahead and get going?
Good morning. Yes, I believe we have everyone here, and I'm going to hand it over to Karen for the remainder of the meeting.
Yes, Chair Hopkins, you can begin at any time.
Thank you very much. So we will go ahead and call this meeting to order. Please note that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. To select translation services, please go ahead and click the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. If during any public comments, a commenter is speaking in Spanish, or English-speaking participants may go to the globe and select English to listen to the translation of the comment. I will now ask that a member of our translation team please share this message in Spanish.
Muy buenos días a las personas que hablan español. A las personas que hablan español, estamos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Si usted está en su computadora, encontrará un globo terráqueo en la parte de abajo de su pantalla. Desde ahí selecciona el canal de español. Si usted está en tableta o en su teléfono móvil, lo encontrará en los 3 puntos al lado de su pantalla. Eso es todo. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lorna. I really appreciate it. So with that, we will go ahead and do a roll call for attendance. So Karen, would you mind please leading us in a roll call?
Yes, thank you. Supervisor Gorin?
Present.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Here.
Supervisor Corsi?
Here.
Supervisor Gore?
Here.
Chair Hopkins?
Present. And with that, let's go ahead and I don't know if we have a flag to put up on the screen, but if we don't, go ahead and point yourself in the direction of where you believe the nearest flag to be, and we can go ahead and have a Pledge of Allegiance. Maybe someone from our CAO team would like to go ahead and lead us. Crystal or Yvonne?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of
of the United States of America and to the republic which stands
one nation,
under God,
indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Crystal. And so with that, we are going to go ahead and move on to the approval of the agenda. Karen, would you mind leading us in a roll call vote on the approval of the agenda, please?
Supervisor Gorin?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Yes.
Chair Hopkins?
Yes. And so with that, we will move on to our one and only regular calendar item, which is our redistricting workshop. And for the benefit of the public, as well as hopefully my colleagues on the board have already gotten a heads up on the format, but if you haven't, this is actually going to be kind of an unusual format for our agenda items. I know that normally we try to stick to questions only before moving to public comment. But based on the recommendation of County Council and CAO staff, we actually want to sort of deliberate twice on this one so that members of the public actually have an opportunity to respond to suggestions that the board makes. So we're going to start with a 5-minute legal overview from County Council and Linda Shilkin. We're then going to be moving over to Yvonne Shu for an introduction of the new NDC maps. And then we have an hour and a half earmarked for working directly with the demographers to make additional changes to the maps in real time. So that's when we'll sort of be deliberating, making suggestions, moving lines in real time. Then we will go to comments from members of the public, which will allow them to respond to some of our proposed changes. And then we will go back for final sort of deliberation or further direction to staff. So that's kind of how this is going to play out. And we can anticipate that we will not be having public comment for, at least I would say another hour, if not an hour and a half, depending on how much conversation the board has. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to our fearless leader, Linda Shilkin, who has been wonderful on advising throughout this whole process. So Linda, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Good morning, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. Linda Shilkin with Sonoma County Council's office. Here with me today are Yvonne Shu and Cristel Carrijero with the County Administrator's office, as well as the county's demographer, NDC. Chair Hopkins went through the first few slides for us on the PowerPoint, so let's, in time's sake, go to slide 4. Before we dive into this exercise in the final stretch for your board to have the bulk of this workshop working with the demographer and looking at the latest version of the map and deciding in your board's determination whether any other adjustments are needed to comply with federal and state laws. We're going to take another 5 minutes to go through a reminder of a brief recap of what is required by federal and state law. The first thing that we must look at is compliance with federal law. When the federal 2020 census data is released, we need to look at all of the supervisorial districts and make sure that we continue to have equal population between each of the districts. We also need to make sure that we continue to comply with the United States Constitution and the Federal Voting Rights Act. We cannot draw these boundaries based on political gerrymandering, nor can we draw them based on racial gerrymandering. We're quite fortunate that we've had several decades of case law to help us understand terms and avoid these pitfalls. Once we chalk that off the list, we switch over to an analysis of a brand new law, California Fair Maps Act. I will get to this analysis in more depth on the next slide. This is a brief recap here on the PowerPoint, but I also want to touch on the traditional redistricting principles. The traditional, in column 3 here, the traditional principles historically were given quite a bit of prominence when we looked at the redistricting. Now, these have not been put into the order of criteria in this California state law. So we can still rely on these, but they have to be given a low priority. First, we need to ensure compliance with federal law, an equal distribution between the districts, and then go through the analysis of what the new California law requires. Next slide, please. So I know this is a busy slide, but it's important to understand. For the California law, your board is tasked with determining, in this order of priority, to the extent practicable, the district map has to be geographically contiguous. To the extent practicable, minimize division of communities of interest. What does that mean? I think there's been some confusion in the community, which is understandable because this is a new law and we're trying to understand what this means. This does not mean that one district is like-minded. There is no such thing. We are a community of a whole here in Sonoma County. We are a blend of many different beliefs, many different people, many different languages, and many different cultures. Each of our districts contains these blends. The community of interest is a very specific, defined term in this statute. It is a subset of people, as identified by your board, that would have more fair and effective representation if they are contained wholly within a single supervisorial district. These communities are not determined based on relationships with political parties or incumbents. So once we've determined that, the next analysis is, to the extent practicable, minimize division of a city. And then, to the extent practicable, bounded by natural and artificial barriers, streets, or the boundaries of the county. And a portion of the statute that's not included in this slide is to make sure that these are boundaries that are easily identifiable and recognizable by your residents. And then last, where it does not conflict with the criteria above, to the extent practicable, drawn to encourage compactness. So how in the world is your board supposed to make these determinations? What does this mean to the extent practicable? You are quite fortunate. Your board had the foresight to start this process many months ago. You retained a public outreach consultant to reach out to underrepresented members of our community, to bring voices to this table who might not ordinarily be speaking on this issue. That is a requirement of the California Fair Maps Act. Your board went above and beyond those bare minimum statutory requirements. You held far more public outreach sessions, public workshops, public hearings, and you retained a 19-member advisory redistricting commission with people from all over our community who put countless hours into this analysis to help understand the laws, help look at our community and work with members of our community to develop analysis and bring this recommendation to your board. That commission identified communities of interest in Coffee Park, Larkfield, Wikia, in Boise Hot Springs, Fetters Hot Springs, and the Eldridge area, along the coastal region and the Russian River communities, in the Moreland, Roseland, connected with the downtown city of Santa Rosa areas. And in addition, the city of Roanoke Park asked to be elevated up, not only to be considered a city in number 3, but to be elevated up to number 2, to be considered a community of interest, to be placed within a single supervisorial district. At the last meeting of the commission on October 25th, the commission did their best to take all of the information they had from the community and honor the request of the city of Roanoke Park and place the city of Roanoke Park in District 5 to also keep equal population spread, which is required by federal law. Unfortunately, that caused a public outcry. The city of Roanoke Park has its own elected officials, and on October 28th, they submitted a letter to your board asking that that portion of the commission's recommendation not be upheld. And the mayor's letter explained that they felt more connected with the Highway 101 corridor and the city of Santa Rosa. So it is ultimately your board's decision based on this mountain of information that you have been given and analysis you have been given by the commission and your public outreach specialists to bring this information to you. Your board took the baton of all of this work from the Advisory Redistricting Commission on the public hearing on November 16th, and you used those building blocks to take their work and build upon it based on additional community input you were hearing. So at that public hearing, your board asked for additional changes to the boundaries to meet the 4th order of priority here, that these district boundaries be drawn in a manner that's easily recognizable and understandable by your residents. Your board also heard from a new group of folks who had not been identified as a community of interest, but asked to be in District 1, which is the Bennett Valley region based on the Bennett Valley specific plan. And so District 1 had asked that their boundaries be adjusted to stretch to include that Bennett Valley area to keep that community of interest whole. As we discussed in the November 16th public hearing, that change, because District 1 is already on the high end of population, by increasing more people into District 1 would have a ripple effect through the boundaries. So this is where we are today. This is the latest version of the map. And I believe the consultant has prepared a couple of different versions to walk you through, but it is ultimately your board's decision now. You are quite lucky to have this mountain of information and community input to help you decide what it is to be, to the extent practicable, and meet this order of criteria to make sure that there is compliance with federal and state law. And it's been a pleasure to work on this project and hear all of these community voices. So I am here to answer any legal questions you may have. And now Ms. Shu is going to be introducing the maps.
Thank you, Linda. So as Linda stated, the commission's map is the starting point for each of today's maps. And the commission's primary request of keeping Southwest Santa Rosa with the city of Santa Rosa has been mostly maintained in the draft maps that you'll see today. There is a small section of Moreland that is west of South Wright and north of Ludwig. That is now in District 5 in today's draft map, with the Sebastopol border moving further east. And as Linda mentioned, we do have NDC here today who can go into more detail on each of these maps. So the first draft map today is called ARC Rev 1. Adjustments were made primarily to the edges of the districts in this map. In the aptly named Roanoke Park Split 1 map, Roanoke Park is mostly in District 3, with the western part in District 2. So it is split in this draft map. And then finally, this map, again, incorporates the commission's map with input from District 5, with keeping the smaller communities together in District 5. I will point out, however, that Katati in this map is mostly in District 5, and there's a little portion in D2, which is the northern part of that. And so those are the three maps that went very quickly. We do have NDC here today to go into more detail. Our goal today, fingers crossed, is to get to a revised map that we can post as soon as tomorrow and potentially adopt on December 7th. So with that, I'll send it back over to you, Chair Hopkins. And we do have Doug Johnson and Ken Chalkins of National Demographics Corporation on the line to work with you on these maps. Thank you.
Chair Hopkins, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to, for the benefit of the public, remind them that they do have the ability to look beyond the detail, that's limited detail available in the PDF, in the interactive tool where people have the ability to zoom in.
Thank you very much, Crystal. So I will go ahead and bring it back to the board. And I'm just going to be honest, this is not going to be easy to virtually discuss in real time, redistricting and redistricting edits. So maybe let's start, for the sort of sake of protocol, with any questions about these maps from the board, either to staff or to the consultants. And then maybe after we do a round of questions, then we can kind of just get a quick check-in from members of the board about where we are, what we've been hearing from the community, and kind of reflect the feedback that I'm sure we've all been hearing over these past couple of weeks since our last meeting. And then maybe we can actually start going in and suggesting modifications or proposals, or sort of saying, which of these proposals floats to the surface. So I will first look to my colleagues to see if anyone has any questions for staff or for the consultant. Supervisor Gorin.
Well, thank you to my colleagues and for the community. And the description of a mountain of information perhaps is an understatement. We appreciate everybody has an opinion on that, and we do as well, and we'll talk about that. Linda, I appreciate the time that you took in understanding and articulating why it might be advantageous to reunite Bennett Valley within the boundaries of the Bennett Valley Area Plan. And that might include more population. As I drive through that area, it doesn't look like it has a lot of population, but it may have more than I think. And so do you have, or maybe Yvonne, an understanding of how many more residents or constituents that inclusion might add?
I do not have that information off the top of my head, but I think we can probably get into that in a little bit.
Supervisor Gorin, to answer your question, I don't have the specific numbers, but I do know at the public hearing on November 16th, this was discussed, and the demographer was behind the scenes doing a crunch analysis, trying to expand out Bennett Valley, and D1 already was bursting at the seams. It reminds me of myself on Thanksgiving. And adding in, even if it's not an enormous amount of population, because you were already on the high end, even adding in some more, keeping this this balance between equal population is really important. And so even though it might not be a significant amount of people, because you were already in that draft map on the very high end in District 1, that's what caused the ripple effect. So I don't have the specific numbers, and we can get that to you if you'd like.
Well, I think my point is, and I appreciate that. Yes, my district was at the high end. Oh, pshaw, we can handle it. Fires, unincorporated areas, we're good. But there have been suggestions of additions to the D1 much further into Santa Rosa. And so my district has always been Bennett Valley, including going down to Petaluma Hill Road. So I would try to figure out if there is a way to balance or reduce the number of residents in my district by making some adjustments somewhere else. So I think that it really is the essence of my question, trying to figure out how I get to balance in District 1.
And I think in the consultants' latest versions of the map, they have tried to do that for you to accommodate all of the communities of interest that the commission has identified, that your board identified as well, and then add in this other one, but also strive for equal population. So I think that that will come in the next few slides to help answer that question.
And just a comment from me, the information is coming fast and furiously. I think all of us are challenged to look at the maps because we're operating over Zoom. That's really where my information comes. So I'm trying to balance my computer for my personal email, but I think everybody has that challenge and I'm no different, but I'll look at them, trying to get into some detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. And Supervisor Gore?
Thank you very much, Chair Hopkins, and everybody for your work. Obviously, I appreciate also the opportunity to dive in. This is the first time we've had a chance to do a workshop rather than just presented to or try to kind of go back. And so I guess my first question for the chair, as much as anything, is that, so questions right now, comments, general comments, I think, and then maybe in the second round or wherever it is discussions about specific areas, right? I think because there's broad level discussions about Rohnert Park, Cloverdale, Southwest Santa Rosa, others, and then there's these things which are like, do you change to Mark West Springs Road from Reevely Road, right? So I'm just kind of just wanted a little bit more clarity from either you or from staff on that. Then I have some specific questions about the process and the drafts we have before us.
Yeah, that was my hope, was that we would sort of, start with questions for staff and the consultants, then kind of do, high level conversation about, do we have a majority on, some of these bigger picture things? And then after that's hashed out, to then kind of go in and literally block by block, right? You have a question about Reevely Road. I have a question about, someplace in South Sebastopol. We actually kind of zoom in and in real time make those adjustments. Does that work? And I just would appreciate checking in. This is going to be difficult no matter what. And I'm just trying to find a way that kind of makes sense and allows us to engage in each sort of level of discussion. Does that work for everybody?
It works for me. I don't know about everybody else, but respect wherever we need to do this and however messy it needs to be. I mean, there's a lot of people who don't realize that we all operate under something called the Brown Act, which means even though people accuse us sometimes of coming out with something cooked, we don't get to do this business behind closed doors. We have to come out and do it. So for anybody who's listening in, I just want to echo what you said, Chair Hopkins, about bear with us through the sausage making, because this is the first time we have a chance to dive in and go through it. There's a couple things that I'm interested in process wise. One is the last time, so, and this goes back to titles too. So ARC Revise 1, looking at that map first of all, and I don't know if Yvonne or somebody else wants to get into this. So what I see here is the high level goals that have been professed to us by the ARC and the community and others. What I've heard very loudly is number one is let's get Southwest Santa Rosa, whether it's entirely with the original ARC's recommendation, or what I heard from the board was, are there ways to get that and achieve it, but get a lot of Southwest Santa Rosa into District 3. So that District 3 wasn't really more of an Eastern Santa Rosa entity. It was more of a representative of the entire city, especially with the, you think about what we did with annexation of Roseland and the agreement with the city, kind of honoring that process. The second thing I've heard is Rohnert Park. Frustration at potentially being truly what they consider to be along the 101 stem, and the idea of really a representation coming from Rohnert Park. How do you represent Sea Ranch and Rohnert Park at the same time? That being a long extended area. The third thing that I also want to keep focus on is where it was. This is something that Supervisor Gorn and I talked about, where the lines did not. There wasn't an intention of them changing, but they kind of changed, right? It was like the ancillary work. So with that being said, one of the things that I'm interested in is I look at the three maps, and the only one that's I would say a surprise to me is the beautiful named D84750 cleanup. Love our titles. And that includes the entire community of Cloverdale going into the 5th district. Not trying to be parochial or whatever, but representing that place for the last 8 years and doing that work. I'm first of all interested in anybody from Cloverdale. I mean, has been communicated to that we're reviewing something based on this, the city council, others, because it's kind of the same issue that we came up with Roner Park. So Yvonne, county council, anybody else? I mean, this is that's a entire community moving. So I'm interested in the outreach, the coordination, the discussions around that.
It's a
So,
great question, Supervisor Gore. Ms. Shu, do you have information about how that map was developed?
This map started with the ARC recommended map, and then incorporated input from District 5 in terms of getting some of the smaller communities in with District 5. That's my understanding of this map. And as far as the outreach, I don't have the city names of all the people who attended some of those town halls and all of the outreach from Herman G. But there was effort to get way out into the community. So hopefully some of those folks from Cloverdale also weighed in, but this is a late breaking kind of development in terms of this map.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would anticipate, just knowing the area and knowing the council well, that they don't know about that. That's just one thing to take into consideration for myself and my colleagues as we go forward. But if I look at the two other, go ahead. Yeah.
Supervisor Gore, if I could add a little bit about that, I want to be really, transparent about this. I suggested in my comments the idea, feedback to the consultant, the idea of including other smaller communities that might actually have sort of more geographic relationship with West County as an alternative potentially to Roanoke Park. And I suggested Cotati and Cloverdale. And I have literally drawn a chicken scratch map on a Saturday morning that I sent over just to sort of show that it could be done. And that actually is largely what is reflected in this map. So it was very much a surprise to me, and it wasn't really intended to actually be a draft map when I suggested it. It was just sort of, here's another way of kind of distributing population. So I want to be very clear and transparent about that. I honestly was pretty shocked to see what was a chicken scratch on a Saturday morning reflected back in a public meeting being presented to the board, because that was certainly never my intention. It was just to say, hey, there are lots of ways we could draw the map. Here's one, but for instance, it splits Cotati, which was never an intent, right? It was, again, just sort of a suggestion. So I was kind of surprised at the lack of, I guess, thought in that one.
Well, and if you look at it, and not getting into comments, but it includes, when I looked at the chart that was sent out, and that map also includes Cotati, Cloverdale, and Northwest Santa Rosa, which is an interesting mixture of the tendrils coming out of the what do we call it, the country of West County, the Wild West County. But I'm not going to get into. I think one of the problems of this process, and for folks leaning in, is that the imperfect process of creating drafts usually means that people get fired up and assume intent with every draft that we create. So I'm going to leave that aside and not really get too far into that. I think the other question that I have is the ARC V1 revise, and this in the last meeting, one of the things that I was really focused on was, and I think a lot of the board supervisors were trying to figure out, is how to honor the work of the Advisory Redistricting Commission and the core recommendation of this idea of Southwest Santa Rosa, the words Moreland and Roseland very heavily involved in that. There was an ancillary discussion about Apple Valley, which is really a lot more people. I mean, that was something that wasn't discussed until the last meeting, really in depth with us. And Apple Valley, Indian Village, an area it's called, part of that in my district, very socio-economically, disadvantaged community near Comstock, other places like that. So I wanted to just ask whether it's the supervisors who weighed in or staff itself is a little bit more about this area of honoring the recommendation of the ARC and Roseland, Moreland, and how much is within that area. I had brought up significantly, as I said, that Apple Valley as being there, but now I understand, looking back at the maps, that it's going to be split no matter what. I think that's something we have to take into context for the future and do good work no matter what. But there was also the mention, I think, by either Chair Hopkins or one of the staff members, that outside of a few areas of Moreland, most was taken in with this ARC map. And I'm not, this is me asking out of ignorance, because I'm not I don't understand the roads, every single road in that district. So just kind of give me a general idea of how the ARC representation of Southwest Santa Rosa versus the ARC 1 revised, which areas come off, and are we honoring the recommendation, or how much are we cutting and moving?
I'm happy to share my screen and show you that if you'd like. So one moment, please. Okay, so can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the ARC recommended map, and I'll zoom in on that Southwest Santa Rosa area, which is right here. And on the draft maps for today, you'll see, for example, when I click on Rev 1, there's this chunk right here.
Mm-hmm.
That is not part of the original commission recommended area, Southwest Santa Rosa, and that remains constant for the draft maps that are going to be presented today, or that are the starting points for today's discussion. It's right in here, like south of
Okay.
the highway and west of South Right.
And that's the ARC 1 revised,
Yes.
right?
Yes. And so here's the original ARC map again. So it's more
Okay.
like a square,
Okay.
a funky square. And then
Okay.
this is revised.
Can I insert a question here? Just thank you for asking this question, Supervisor Gore, because I have the same one. But is this area that you're showing going from green to orange? Is that what you meant when you talked about moving some of the moorland area out of the respective third district? When you were...
Yes, when I mentioned that, because the Sebastopol border moved east a little bit and went over to here.
Okay.
And this section is part of moorland, my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would be interested to hear from the public. I don't think that's part of moorland, but I'm willing to say it is if someone who lives there does. But thanks for letting me interrupt.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
So on that same note, and this is maybe as much as anything, Chair Hopkins, I want to ask you is, you had brought up in a past meeting the discussion about some areas of eastern Sebastopol moving out of that district. Is that a part of that same kind of quadrant there?
Yeah, I had heard feedback from sort of rural residential residents of that area that they didn't feel that they sort of identified with the third district. But I think that there's also the challenge partly is where the roads are, because you're sort of trying to look at main arterials to draw those maps. And there's kind of a concentration of population in the top right-hand corner of that quadrant, but the rest of it is surrounded by sort of agricultural and dairy parcels that I think are sort of more a part of the broader kind of community of interest, that rural sort of swath, community separator, if you will, between Sebastopol and Santa Rosa. So there might be other ways of slicing it that sort of bring the more populated areas, if that's something that the board is interested in discussing. But I've also never heard from moorland residents that they identified that as a portion of moorlands.
Okay. Well, and in many ways, you and I share a boundary right now, which is, it looks like it's within the city of Santa Rosa, but it's really the area just immediately west of Fulton Avenue. And it has a lot more rural residences and other things and county issues right there on the border, even though parts of it have population that goes in. Okay, I have another question. Maybe Yvonne, if you can take the map back up that you had, the ARC 1 revise. And I'm not going to comment on my beliefs on any of these. I just want to ask for discussion on this. I know we've asked for different items with respect to areas and what kind of population they go up to. So can you take us a little bit north? Okay, so where District 5 on the left there comes into, I guess, the area of District 4, what I see is, for the most part, is an area changing a little, potentially changing a little bit there. And especially it's this east side road area, it's East Windsor. It's already an area that Supervisor Hopkins and I already share. Looks like she could get a lot more of West Side Road, which is probably glorious on her side. The question I have here is how well, I guess how these areas are formed. If I look in the upper right corner of the revised District 5, I see it touching Old Redwood Highway. I see it, the jagged lines. So the question I have here is are those because those are already secured lines of like census districts? The reason I say that is because there's always a question of like up in the area when you get further up north onto the Russian River on that in that sense, is there's really no population up there close to Old Redwood Highway. And so just kind of a question of how those lines are drawn. Are they drawn just based on somebody drawing them on a map, or are they drawn because they're a part of a census line or an existing voting block or something like that?
So I will defer to Doug Johnson at NDC to answer that one for me. Thanks.
Sure, happy to. Yes, the challenge we run into in a whole bunch of these areas, especially in the rural areas, is that we do need to follow the census block borders. So generally they follow streets, but obviously when streets have cul-de-sacs and things like that, they can't follow those. So we do need to follow the census block geography lines, though, because that's where the official population numbers come from. So that's what's giving us jagged edges.
Yeah, I understand that. When everyone thinks you can sit here and just draw it the way it is, but there is some underlying work here. I think one thing that would be a request for once we get later into a discussion, depending on where we go, is just an understanding of the underlays of where some of those census blocks are in the areas that we're requesting. And maybe Chair Hopkins, that's something, as much as we talk about individual lines when we get later into the discussion, is before we just start to say, hey, well, I've worked hard in this area, or these people would like to have change and would like to have somebody else, as we say, where are the limitations on us looking at individual roads like East Side Road, West Side Road? It gets more complicated in the cities, but I think I just want to make sure either NDC or our staff through Yvonne and others are prepared to make sure that we're not just throwing up roads that we're following census lines, to make sure whatever we do is correct. So with that being said, I guess just one other area, and this is, can you pull the map back up? And this is just for my understanding of kind of looking at these different areas. If we go, can you take us down south towards Rohnert Park? So I want to be clear and just ask staff and others about this idea of, even though this is the ARC revised map, and then there's this RP split. This area, the ARC revised 1 still does have Rohnert Park split. Is that correct? What I can see down here is.
I believe it is all together. Let me just click one thing over here. There you go. Okay. So it's hard to see because the box is blocking it, but I think it's all in one.
Correct.
Yeah, still in the same district. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, the only changes, as I'm kind of looking through them from the ARC original and the ARC revised, is some of that work. Well, I won't get too far into that. On my side, I'm looking in kind of my district. The RP1 split, or split 1, is kind of, I guess, okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions for right now. Obviously, I'll have more questions and comments to go as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
At some point, Supervisor Hopkins, so that all of us don't do it, I just maybe pass this back over to you. It's always strange to start with questions because people are always waiting to hear what you say about comments. I'm not going to get into comments right now, but part of this is honoring the work and not honoring the accusations from all sides against each other. And I just want to state that at the end of my questions is that whether it's somebody who's trying to marginalize the work of the ARC or somebody who's trying to marginalize the voice of a city that feels like it's getting changed, I'm here standing with all of you to figure out what the right way forward is to honor the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Rabbit or Corsi, who wants to jump in?
I have a couple of questions of our consultant, and I just to follow up real quickly on the census block borders. Is that a choice based upon the software that we're using, or is that a requirement of law? I just want to know.
It's a requirement of law because that's the only place we can get population numbers. So there could be ways of splitting off 0 population areas, but the moment you split a block that has people in it, then you're getting into unofficial population numbers in a difficult legal position.
Is there other ways to get population numbers that are not just based upon census blocks in the software program?
So there are, but they are not recognized by the court. Essentially, anyone you would have to prove their validity as being as accurate or more accurate than the official census geography, which is a very, very high bar to prove in a court to defend against any challenge.
And do you have a profile of census blocks in this county, what they look like, average population, or does it vary greatly based upon where it is?
Oh, there's enormous variation depending on where they are. There's a ton of them that have 0 people in them, and then there's a whole bunch that have thousands of people in them. So, or at least a whole bunch that have hundreds, probably a few that have thousands as well.
Okay, and then my other question had to do with, there was an explanation sheet that was sent to us earlier today talking about some of the requests that were made, and some maps respected those requests, some did not, but there's notes about deviation. Can you remind us again what the deviation thresholds are?
Well, there's a line at 10% where the difference between the smallest and largest being 10%. If you're below that, you're presumptively constitutional. If you're above that, you're presumptively unconstitutional. The closer to 0, the better. And I'll see if legal counsel wants to add anything to that.
I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in. Absolutely, there is a 10% deviation, but the goal is really to try to give us equal population as much as we can. And at the maximum spread is 10% apart. And I also have a follow-up question about the legal question that was responded to. In California Fair Maps Act, there is the order of priority about where census designated places are respected in the order of criteria when looking at how to address that. And it is true that there are breaks between the census blocks are divvied up. It's not like they have to be completely respected in the district boundaries. And when you look at the order of priority and the census designated places, we have to be minimizing division of these just at the same order of priority of minimizing division of cities, is my understanding. And that it is true that we should be trying to respect these, but it again is within the order of priority of the California Fair Maps Act.
Okay, and then this is probably another question for legal counsel. There's, again, these notes regarding some of the suggestions made, talk about, for instance, pushing, I'll use this one, D2 to 4.3% deviation. I mean, so I'm trying to understand where the policy direction is given and where someone decided that 4.3% was too great or too little as opposed to the 10%. I get it that they should all be magically equal, but there seems to be, there's going to be a little roughness around the edges, especially with such large revisions to maps.
Absolutely, it is your board to decide what it is to be to the extent practicable and in the order of criteria that is set forth in the California law. And so the federal law is, we must have equal population, but within that 10% deviation. So there is wiggle room within there to make sure that we are also taking into these other criteria and making these determinations.
I do want to clarify one thing that just so everyone's on the same page, which is the 10% is between the smallest and largest. So that's why the 4.3 becomes a concern is, so as a rule of thumb, you'd say plus or minus 5% for an individual district, because one district that's 5% over and one that's 5% short would get you at that 10, right at that 10% max. So just to be clear, it's not 10% per district, it's 10% the difference from the smallest to the largest.
But that note was cumulative of all three maps, which isn't very clear if that's in fact the case. And that's my point, is just, I want to know if these notes really are legally binding or not. If 10% is the threshold, it's 10% correct on
Right.
every map between largest and smallest, not on all three maps. There's no way that can be the case.
Whichever map your board finally decides upon, the district with the smallest amount of population can't be with, has to be within 10% of the district within the largest population.
And I guess my point is that it's unfortunate that apparently the consultant used the deviation argument to change some maps, but not the others, because there's not a clear breakdown of each individual map in deviation. It's cumulative of all three. And that's more of a statement than a question. I acknowledge that, but that's it for me. Thanks.
And just so you're aware, we do have the statistic sheets for each map. So there is the individual map deviation, the record of the deviation each district. I know you got a mountain of public comment and a mountain of paper too. So I do want to clarify, you do have the statistics for each of the maps, and we can show those on screen if that'd be helpful.
Do you want to follow up on that, Supervisor Abbott?
No, I think my point still stands. I mean, it is, you know, then there should be a narrative for each map along with the statistics to talk about why the deviation was such.
Supervisor Abbott, we can share the statistics for each map if that would be useful for you to take a look at. I think that would be quite helpful to pull up that data. Does our consultant have that data so that our supervisors can see? It's an important part of the determination about how to comply with federal law and also the state law.
I can pull that up shortly.
And can I just confirm, is this currently on the ARC website as individual PDFs posted, or is it on
Everything is-
Granicus yet either? I know I have it in an email, but
They're on both right now.
okay, thank you for that. Supervisor Abbott, would you like the statistics pulled up, or?
No, I have those. Again, what I'm looking at is a sheet that says, for instance, Sonoma State within Roanoke Park. 2 maps yes, 1 map no, and then a general note saying that it would push D2 to minus 4.3 deviation. So what is that referring to? Which of those 3 maps? And why? I mean, it makes no sense to me, and it seems incomplete.
Oh, I see what you mean, and I do understand the confusion. So that note is a reference to in the ARC revised 1 map that is not done. But the reason we include the note is to indicate it can be done. It would just take them in that map. It would just take it to that larger deviation.
All right, thank you for that. Supervisor Corsi, thanks for your patience. Handing it over to you.
Thank you. And Supervisors Rabbit and Gore have asked most of my questions, but I do want to follow up on that one about Sonoma State. It meets the guidelines. It doesn't get us too far out of deviation, but it is not recommended in the revised ARC map. Is that correct?
Correct. That change is not made in the ARC revised 1 map.
Even though it meets the guidelines, I'm just wondering why that decision was made, since it was a request, I believe.
Yes, because it would take the deviation up so high, and Supervisor Abbott's right. It wouldn't cross the 10% line, but it would push us right up to that line, and there was no clear way to offset taking that population out of District 2. But if the board's decision is they are comfortable with that range, then it could be made.
Okay. We got an explanation of the, I'll just call it the cleanup map and where that came from. Can we get an explanation of the RP split map and where that came from?
Yvonne, do you want to take that, or would you like me to?
Yeah, I can certainly. So I had requested feedback from the supervisors, and also you have been receiving feedback from the public. We've been getting public comment as well. And so one of the things that emerged from that was splitting Roanoke Park if possible to kind of balance, District 5 or District 3, or just kind of so we have a little more flexibility in mapping some of the proposed draft maps.
Okay, is the split of Roanoke Park the only change in that from the ARC map?
Let's say the split of Roanoke Park triggers a lot of other changes, because you're bringing District 3 down to pick up what District 3 currently has in Roanoke Park. So then there are lots of impacts of that across the rest of the map too.
Okay, well, I won't go in. I won't ask you to go into those right now. If we get more into that map, I'm going to be looking for more of an explanation of what the changes are. Those are my only questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Corsi. I was hoping to get some clarification on just the timeline, because I think that one of the challenges has been the public's lack of access to maps in advance, sort of these decisions being made. I want to honor the fact that there was a tremendous amount of community engagement that went in on the front end, and the ARC's work and the work of Herman G. Hernandez. But then it sort of felt like once we actually had these maps, some of which proposed pretty dramatic, changes to the existing system, it's felt very condensed. And so can I just get clarification on when at the ARC meeting those maps, including the map that was selected, went public, and then also at what point the maps for today that the board is considering went public, and sort of what community engagement was around these options before them being voted on?
Chair Hopkins, I can shed some light on what I know, but I'm happy to hear from the others as well. On October 25th, which was the last date of the ARC meeting, they were present. While they had a lot of front-end work to determine what this, meet with our community and determine communities of interest, which is really helpful. Quite unfortunately, there was a very late release of the census data. So beyond their control, they had to work in a crunch timeline to try to work with the data that they had and develop their recommendations as best they could for your board. They were given, and I can't speak for the ARC, I wasn't sitting on that commission, but I was lucky enough to be able to observe their hard work. And so I will try to share what I heard them say. I think there was uniform frustration that they had such a crunch timeline and a limited option of maps. And so they chose the one map, from what I understand, out of the options in front of them that respected the Moreland, Roseland connection with the downtown city of Santa Rosa area. But there was very little time because of the crunched timeline and the late release for that to be made public. Similarly today, the maps that are before you, I myself didn't see them until last night. And the public, as soon as we were able to put them and post them with our county staff and ISD, they were posted this morning. So it is not our standard way of doing business. We normally want to put this out before the public and get as much time for the public to review them. However, we are working with very tight deadlines. This will come before your board again December 7th, and then an opportunity, if necessary, to tweak again on December 7th for final adoption on December 14th. But we do have a very hard deadline on December 14th where there must be a final map adopted.
Thank you. So essentially the public had the same opportunity. I mean, I got an email, I think at 9:30 this morning with the maps, and that was the point at which they were posted live. And it sounds like it was similar in terms of the ARC meeting, where it basically went live at the meeting, as opposed to posting it ahead of time for folks to be able to digest and then provide feedback during the meeting. Is that accurate?
That is my experience as I have gone through this, yes.
Great. I also wanted to check in, I did have my district director attending the Roanoke Park Town Hall meeting that was held last week. My understanding was that it was poorly attended, and there was some confusion sort of about the process even going forward. But I was wondering if there was any feedback or summary from staff from that meeting. And then also a parallel question is, has there been any attempt to catalog or sort of categorize or kind of create a constellation of feedback? I mean, I know I've been receiving lots and lots of emails and texts and phone calls But I'm wondering if we have that sort of track that formally in terms of broadly, this percentage of folks are saying this percentage of folks are saying this is where they're from, or anything kind of more systematic than just us reading through all of these individual outreaches. So 2 questions in one.
So as far as the feedback is concerned, I mean, it's, you know, it is drinking from the fire hose, and it's the same for you and for us and for the consultant. There hasn't been a chance to kind of step back and do, you know, a meta-analysis basically on the feedback that's come in. I mean, certainly after the crazy deadline has passed, there may be an opportunity to do that and kind of, you know, revisit and kind of prep for the next round. But to date, there has not been any of that analysis.
And then any information from the town hall that was hosted last week?
Yes, there was, and I thought I had sent it out to you all, but I'm happy to send it out again if I thought I did that and didn't do it. But there was
It's possible that it got lost in the deluge of emails, but I
Yeah.
didn't have that, and I would love to see that again. Thank you.
Yep.
My other question is just really honestly surrounding that third map, which I was very surprised to see sort of Saturday morning chicken scratches that I had floated as just like, you know, this could be another path forward, actually presented formally as a map in this forum. So I wanted to get kind of clarification from the consultant as to why that happened. I did sort of make some suggestions that could have, I think, you know, been brought forward more thoughtfully, but I was just quite frankly really, really surprised to see that included today. And it was certainly never my intent to independently submit a map. It was more my intent to try to communicate visually what I had written in English, you know, as sort of like a conversation to provide to the consultant. So I just wanted to check in on that because that felt very strange to me to be listed as one of the options, quite frankly, I mean, it was slightly different, but it was largely consistent with Saturday morning chicken scratches that I made when I was messing around with this mapping tool, which I know many residents have done.
Sure. No, and we had to wrestle with this. As has been mentioned, you know, this is a process that was supposed to have 10 months to take place, and due to the delays in the census has 2.5 months. So normally, yes, we would get feedback from supervisors, and if we have questions about it, we would have time to go back to you. Obviously, we received the input from the supervisors, I believe, on Tuesday or Wednesday, and had to draw over Thanksgiving weekend. So there wasn't the opportunity, and then just to get these out to you today for today's meeting. So there wasn't an opportunity to go back and forth and see, to clarify the wishes, and we didn't want to ignore it. But really, you're right, there are different towns that could be pulled in, and that was just one example of one. But anything we did from that was then going to be pulling other towns. And so, like, I didn't want to just be going random willy-nilly and pulling towns from one district or another. So I wanted to respect the input that had come in and not make it feel ignored. But that was, you know, other than that, as you mentioned, we cleaned up the edges as requested, since you mentioned it was a very rough chicken scratch map, and put it out there for discussion today to see where it would go. But we were kind of caught in a spot of, we didn't want to ignore it completely, but we didn't have the opportunity or the time to go back and forth, given that we only had Thanksgiving weekend to turn all that input into maps for today.
Okay, I feel like one of the main frustrations, I think, and I heard this from ARC representatives as well as I certainly have felt it, is just sort of the frustration over process and just feeling like, where are these things coming from and who's suggesting them, and what is the kind of community engagement, to Supervisor Gore's point, about those sort of areas that are particularly impacted by some of these more substantial shifts that are being proposed. So I don't want to segue into and break my rule into segueing into comments, so I will stop it there. And those are all of my questions. So now, sort of in terms of process, I would ask my colleagues to share some of their high level kind of thoughts and concerns, both about their district, about sort of, the different options that we have on the table today, as well as the work that we're going to be doing in terms of potential edits to any of these existing maps. To just kind of open it to you, I would say, for the really sort of nitty gritty stuff, maybe that's something that we can, dive into in terms of street names and things once we actually pull up the map and start making those adjustments. But in general, just kind of where are you? What is the community feedback that you've heard? You know, and how would you like to respond to the feedback that you've heard from the community, and what direction are you leaning? You know, maybe not like a formal vote, but just basically a sort of gut check and take the pulse of the board at this point in time. Don't all jump in at once or start raising your hands, but I'm happy. It looks like Supervisor Gore's got at least a finger raised.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Looking forward to, well, and as I said before, I want to honor the fact that we're all moving forward imperfectly in this process and doing the best we can. I think for me, just FYI, I'll just start it. I'm leaning towards one of the first two presented, not these D84750 cleanup. And if my colleagues look differently, then that's fine, right? That's whatever it is. I understand that the majority of the comments, whether it was from the ARC specifically to us, the Advisory Redistricting Commission, or the other things later, has to do with Southwest Santa Rosa and Rohnert Park, right? On the other side, if I look at, so if I'm looking at both the ARC revision 1, you know, once again, as I've said, is, you know, that doesn't really, I want to acknowledge that it doesn't have a lot of changes to my district, right? And I just, I don't say that as good, bad, or indifferent. The other side of the Rohnert Park split, which what I see there is trying, what I feel like I'm seeing there from the comments I heard from my colleagues and others, is try to honor the work of the ARC in terms of Southwest Santa Rosa going into District 3, but also not the full disruption of Rohnert Park, and that being moving completely over into the coast. If we get into that area, I think with both of those, I'll just say what I'm looking at with respect to District 4 is something that I'm, you know, once again, I'm okay with whatever we turn out with, but bigger impacts into my district. Well, I guess on both of those to a certain extent, is District 4 having areas like Shanate, Flamingo Hotel, and others really dipping into the center of Santa Rosa. I'm not averse to that in any of those. I think whatever we do, it has to be a shared disruption, is I think the best way I could put it. But I'm interested in my colleagues' comments, because as we voted last time, what I was supporting was the ARC, and now that the ARC revised is there, I want to honor the work that the ARC has brought forward, but I want to honor it in terms of concept as well. And what I've heard from a lot of folks, and I'm interested in comments from the ARC as well, is that while there was one map that was put up, my discussions with a lot of the different commission members is also what were the conversations about the Board of Supervisors making changes, this being an advisory redistricting commission, not an independent redistricting commission. So that's kind of what I'm working through right now, and I'll start with that, Chair Hopkins. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Who else would like to jump in? Supervisor Gorin, I see your hand raised. You're on mute, Supervisor Gorin.
But apparently I didn't hit that little microphone quite right. I want to thank my colleagues and all of the folks, especially Yvonne, working on the voluminous information. Yvonne and Linda and everyone, really appreciate that. And of course, the work of the ARC Commission that gives us incredible food for thought moving forward. And I appreciate receiving the maps, and I'm looking at the maps on my tiny little iPhone, but it seems to be working. I'm looking at some of the maps, and it looks like it separates D2, and there are a couple of them that have a little blob going north, and it's not really compact. So I'm nervous about the compactness of that district suggestion. But the Rohnert Park split looks to me, well, first of all, say thank you. I think the maps that we're looking at have minimal changes to my district currently, except for the dive down into more of Santa Rosa. And if we need some population balance, we can rethink that area. But again, I've represented those constituents for a long time, so I'm very comfortable with them. But I do like the map of the Rohnert Park split. And I like the fact that it keeps Moreland and Roseland intact and part of the city. I think that has been the aim all along, I suspect. And it looks to me like the districts are compact, contiguous, and it works for me. And so that seems to be the district map that I think works for many of us. So I'm just saying, that looks good.
Thank you, Supervisor Warren. Who would like to jump in next? Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you. You know, of the maps that we're seeing today, I think Supervisor Hopkins indicated that she didn't intend for her chicken scratch to become a map. So maybe we can just put that one aside for now. The Roanoke Park split maybe is misnamed.
Yeah.
It should be the Santa Rosa split. It divides downtown Santa Rosa actually by going right through the middle of Courthouse Square, which, you know, the city spent a lot of time and money actually putting that square back together so it wouldn't be divided. And I would really have a hard time defending that as not dividing a community of interest by going through the middle of our downtown.
Mhm.
I just think it's a non-starter based on that. I want to hear from the public on the ARC revision. It appears to me to honor the principles that the redistricting commission put forward. I supported their work on November 16th. I still do support that, but I'd like to hear their views on the revision that's in front of us. You know, a map that's not in front of us, but is kind of still an elephant in the room, is the one that's known as the Koenigshofen map. And you know, I just feel like the redistricting commission has done the most work on this, most outreach on this, had the most contact with the community, and their map has had the most time since October 25th for the community to have a chance to look at it. Now, it's not popular with everybody. It makes a lot of people uncomfortable, but I don't feel that a map that was submitted by one of the commissioners who came late to the process in the first place and who actually voted to put that one map forward on October 25th. I don't think it's fair for his map to be part of the mix. And also it doesn't do what it's purported to do. I think that the drawing of that map, along with the maps that the city of Roanoke Park submitted, as I said before, they were both drawn with my residence on the very edge of it. I would have a hard time defending that as not being drawn to reflect incumbency. So again, I'm looking forward to hearing from the public on today's revision of the park map.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Rabbit?
You know, thank you very much. You know, of these three maps in front of us, well, a couple things I'll say is if there should be any split, it should be in probably the commercial core of the largest city in the county, because I think that is a community of interest that extends beyond just that community, but to the much greater, even the city of 180,000 people. That's their core. One could argue it's the county's core as well. It's always going to be split because the numbers are never going to work otherwise. It's just pick where you want to split it. And I think that's been the case all along. I think the interesting thing on all three maps, right, is what this board has always said is what we respect the equity issue of Southwest Santa Rosa and Moreland. And they're all protected within any of these three maps. The question becomes, and has always been, how do you repopulate the fifth if you take that many people out of it? And say what you will about the maps that have coming in, and even the map that came in as late as Saturday. And I appreciate actually people doing it up to the last minute, because there might be a better map out there. And I think that was said by the ARC as well. They knew that their map was not perfect and it had some holes in it. And I think we heard from the public, and I know I've heard from the public down my way loud and clear that is true. I've also heard, and I respect the Southwest Santa Rosa, Moreland, Roseland area being intact and being part of Santa Rosa. I know that we also heard from the city of Roanoke Park saying that they would rather be in the third or in the status quo. Status quo is not on the table right now because of Southwest Santa Rosa, but you know, that's out there as well. For me, of the three maps that I'm looking at, quite frankly, the Roanoke Park split map is going to be something that I would support. I have a hard time with the ARC revised 1 map, looking at that finger of really discontinuous land that goes up Petaluma Hill Road and over from Rogers Creek, I think up to Bellevue along the freeway, basically Santa Rosa Avenue south. And I can't imagine that within the next 10 years time, that won't be the next argument and the next map for a place of equity and growth that would occur in that place. And shouldn't that also be part of Santa Rosa? And that leads me to bringing District 3 down further south. You know, I think that would be putting off an argument 10 years time and kind of looking over the horizon of what's best for the county as a whole. And I'll be truthful, you know, some of these maps, I can live with any map in terms of the district that I represent, but it's not about me or even the district as a whole. It's about the county as a whole and who represents what, and to make sure that no one's voices feel like they're going to go muted or that one will rise upon another. And in fact, we've had 5 districts that have worked very well for this county. And I don't think that there's been a problem with the representation at all in Southwest Santa Rosa, but I respect the fact that they want it to be part of Santa Rosa now going forward, especially after the work that this board has done in terms of annexation. So I respect that. We'll go with that. That means that you need to then figure out how you're going to repopulate that district. And quite frankly, it is better to nip around all the edges rather than throw one district down in one way and have it conveniently match the number that they're losing in another area. And for me, of these 3 maps, and again, of these 3 maps, it's going to be that Roanoke Park split that really, I think, answers that question the best. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. You know, I just want to start by saying that I have really tried since October 5th to be a sponge and just try to soak up all of the feedback that I have been hearing about the ARC map. And I've heard a tremendous amount of feedback from the proposed 5th District residents. And it's been overwhelmingly and resoundingly negative, what I have heard. And because the lines don't look right to a lot of folks, I think there's been a lot of distrust and suspicion and negativity and anger and frustration, which is unfortunate, because I really do actually want to honor the work of the ARC and I want to respect what they did and the community feedback that was gathered that went into this process, you know, that ultimately I believe centered equity in terms of moving Moreland and Roseland into the 3rd, which is, I believe, where it belongs. And so, you know, I'm very grateful for that work and I'm very grateful for the effort that they put forward. And I want to build on it. I don't want to reject it. I don't want to unwind it in any way, but I want to incorporate that feedback that has come out since October 25th into this process as we move forward. And, you know, some of the most important feedback that I have received personally has come from representatives and residents of some of the most socioeconomically disadvantaged portions of the Roanoke Park community. And they actually feel as though that map disempowers them. They actually feel as though their community of interest is not being honored and lifted up. And so they felt, I think, frustrated and disenfranchised and unheard through this process just for that reason. And, you know, I've been doing a lot of reading actually on communities of interest, because I think that that's really what is at the heart of this conversation and is really what is at the heart of the Fair Maps Act. And I'm going to geek out a little bit, but I read this definition that I really loved. I'm going to include a little mini bibliography because I copied and pasted it. But there were a bunch of groups that created this sort of material that was designed to empower communities around the redistricting process. And the different nonprofit organizations that were affiliated with this material, and it's going to be part of a definition that I'll read, included Common Cause, the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Black Voters Matter Fund, Brennan Center for Justice, Center for Community Change, Fair Immigration Reform Movement, Center for Popular Democracy, Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, and the Southern Coalition for Social Justice. And this is how they define community of interest, which I just thought was really beautiful. A community of interest is a neighborhood, community, or group of people who have common policy concerns and would benefit from being maintained in a single district. Another way of understanding a community of interest is it is simply a way for a community to tell its own story about what neighbors share in common and what makes it unique when compared to surrounding communities. They are defined by local community members. And what I've heard from the Roanoke Park residents is that they consider themselves part of the Urban 101 corridor. And so I think that shifting some of those parts of Roanoke Park that were formerly in the 3rd district into the 5th, and I'm particularly thinking of A and B sections, does them a disservice. And they've actually expressed to me that they feel like they align culturally, linguistically, and economically with South Park and Roseland, not with the Sea Ranch. And so that is why I will be supporting the split Roanoke Park map today, again, of the 3 options that we have presented, one of which being a chicken scratch that I never intended to be presented publicly. So I appreciate Supervisors Corsi's suggestion to just sort of sweep that one off the table. I also want to acknowledge that I've heard a lot from rural West County, sort of about what is contiguous to them and sort of looking at, the rural constituency more broadly throughout Sonoma County as a potential community of interest, which is where I think that looking to other communities that are similarly sized to most of the communities within West County, like Cloverdale, like Cotati, would make more sense. But I also want to honor the fact that we are operating under this incredibly condensed timeline, and that trying to do justice on that potential change and the outreach that would be required would be very challenging. So I am totally open to modifications of that base map. And I think that it would be a good time to sort of check in with all of my colleagues, which map, I kind of heard 3 of us leaning towards that Roanoke Park split map as kind of the one that we would start modifications on. But I want to sort of circle back and see, is that where people are? Should we start with that and then look at tweaks to the boundaries? I hear Supervisor Corsi's concerns around Courthouse Square. I'd be interested in looking at that particular area. I don't know if there are other areas that are also sort of cause for concern in other districts. So do we want to kind of circle back and see if that map is a good starting place to have the conversation? Then we can go forward with sort of potential edits, and then we can hear from the public. And then we can kind of make a final sort of deliberation based on, the original ARC map, the ARC revised, and then a modified Roanoke Park split. Supervisor Corsi, I see you've unmuted.
I'd like to hear from the public before we start messing around with a map that has only been in the public eye for a couple of hours.
So one challenge with respect to staff is that I believe that NDC has a hard stop. I want to check in with them on that in terms of the timing and the ability to make adjustments in real time.
Well, so Doug, obviously you can chime in, but my understanding for this workshop was 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So that's what I put out there for NDC. And I know they have other meetings lined up, but I don't know what their afternoon looks like.
So we should have time after going back from public comment. I was worried that it was going to be sort of at the end of this hour. So is that Doug?
No, we're definitely here till 2, certainly. That's not a problem. We run into trouble after that.
Okay. All right. How is everyone feeling? Should we go ahead and take public comment and then sort of move into potential map modifications? And I want to check sort of also with County Council, would that be okay from a process perspective? My understanding was that we sort of wanted to make potential suggestions, but ultimately because this map will come back before the board again in the future, will that sort of ensure that we have the opportunity for folks to comment on it at that time?
Thank you, Chair Hopkins, and I will let County Council Pittman chime in if he disagrees. I very much understand Supervisor Corsi's desire to hear from the public. I also want to make sure that your board has full opportunity to make any adjustments needed while our demographer is here, so that you can see any adjustments that you would need and population changes that are needed. But from a legal perspective, either is fine. We can take public comment now, or your board can look at making adjustments and then hearing public comment. There is no final action being taken today. This will go back to your board after public comment today, in addition to going back to your board for consideration on December 7th. So always it is our promise in Sonoma County to be reaching out to the public and listening to the public, and I understand that concern. So if your board believes you have enough time with an hour and a half to listen to public comment first and then make adjustments as needed with our demographer, then I fully support that goal.
How is the rest of the board feeling? It's hard because I feel like I want to hear public comment, you know, on sort of both, which makes it challenging. And then my concern is that on December 7th, it's essentially we kind of have to do this. We can't really modify it at that point in time because that would be the last date that we would have to publicly post a new map to vote on December 14th. Is that correct? Would there be any opportunity to modify it on December 7th? I guess.
December 7th, you will be able to modify it, but changes need to be, any changes would need to be posted that afternoon. And we also need to make sure that there's population balance. So having it, if you're anticipating that there may be tweaks on December 7th, it might be useful to have it as equal population as possible now. I don't know if our demographer is going to be on hand on the 7th or not to help us make that determination. That would be very helpful if they were here to make sure we're in full compliance with federal law.
I heard a question for you, Doug.
You know, the big challenge with December 7th is, of course, you'd be making changes and the public would literally get no chance to comment on them. In addition to the technical challenges of getting it posted in time, because we'd be making changes and that would be it. So definitely as much as we can get to a map today would be much better.
Okay, so just checking in with my other colleagues, do we want to head over to public comment now and then come back and start to sort of tinker with the map? How are we feeling in terms of process? I heard from Supervisor Corsi. Anyone else want to weigh in? Supervisor Gorin?
I'd like to hear from the public.
Great, perfect. All right, is everyone good with that? Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, maybe we can do a speed round for 45 minutes and leave us some time with the demographer after that and come back to public comment later. I just have a real problem with, you know, we're making decisions on a map that nobody has seen before today. That's quite different from anything we've seen before. And I want to hear from the public, but I also don't want to, you know, be doing this again next week when people won't have seen it then either.
All right, so why don't we go ahead and kick off public comment, and maybe Karen, you could let us know how many folks are raising their hands. So if you would wish to make a comment on this item, I would say 2 maps really under consideration by the Board of Supervisors, and then we can get a sense of how many folks are hoping to comment.
Yes, if you wish to make public comment, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone. Currently, it's about 10 or 11.
Okay, great. So let's go ahead and get that started and do 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, our first commenter is Dayara. Dayara, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak. Dayara?
Sorry about that. All right. So everything is on the line, and these lines specifically. Thank you, Supervisor Corsi, for allowing the public to speak first before any modifications. But let's be honest, the Latinx and Latina district majority scares this board. The ARC revised map shifts power back to those who have been historically left out of the democratic process in this county. And it also dismantles any sort of candidate who can be bought when running. So you oppose the ARC map because it would no longer allow you to handpick your equity, which means you can no longer handpick your QT pipeline people who will continue to uphold your power structure. You hide behind your equity talk to mask your rooted white supremacy tendencies, because racism is a marriage of racist policies and racist ideas that produce and normalizes racial inequities, as quoted by Abram, How to Be an Anti-Racist. Because it means those who handpicked you to run will no longer be in power. You are so comfortable with your supporters who have benefited from you that the message you send on social media is that the ARC map will divide us, but it's quite the opposite. Those in Rohnert Park, Roseland, and Moreland, and even Petaluma are no different than the coast and anywhere else in Sonoma County, except for the geographical features and highways. We're all struggling to keep our roof over our heads. Mental health services have been slashed, and you can barely keep Black employees, and our farm workers are still fighting for simple basic human rights, such as language access. And that's only to name a few. This has been under your leadership, excluding Supervisor Corsi. So why should we trust you to place the equity in the forefront? When I think of the coast, I think about the Tubbs fire and hearing how the Latinx community went to the beaches because no information in Spanish was delivered to them. Ironic, isn't it? It shouldn't scare you that the ARC map will diversify the playing field. It means that these lines forces you to expose your support and yourself to teach how to be culturally competent, culturally responsive, culturally aware. So don't just resist, uplift. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next commenter is Brian. Brian, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hi, my name is Brian Lubitz. I'm the Bodega representative on the Sonoma Coast MAC. My concern here is that with the ARC map, it looks like this is we're going to have 5 districts that are focused on the 101 corridor, with very little representation for the coast and for the rural areas. So while I respect Rohnert Park and the coast and Sea Ranch and some of those more northern rural communities are very different communities. So I'd like to see a map, and hopefully we can get something where Rohnert Park isn't sort of tossed into District 5 wholeheartedly without really support from either Rohnert Park or Bodega Bay or Sea Ranch. The other thing is, with respect to the ARC itself, I know there was a good intention with that, but to be honest, very little of that outreach actually happened. So there was like 1 or 2 meetings on Zoom where there was a limited amount of people who were able to attend because the notice was fairly short. And with respect to the map that former Supervisor Eric Koningshofer put forward, that it was later in the process should not be, denigrated because it came later or because he joined the commission later. That map represents our community fairly well, and we'd like to see some of those principles that are identified in that map forwarded into whatever map is actually goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Kristen. Kristen, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Good afternoon. While the proposed map from the ARC is not aesthetically pleasing to the eye, it highlights the long work and effort conducted by the ARC. And while it may be easy to scrutinize how much time was spent and who got outreach, it happened on a condensed timeline that was out of our hands and at the discretion of the county itself. And it's rather interesting that so many folks have had the opportunity to provide criticism of what they think should have happened, but those folks were not engaging when the meetings happened. Or did they send someone to help bring the voices to the table? That's a really great question. But what I do remember is hearing the overwhelming voices of people who had not yet been heard or engaged in governmental process, share their concerns and highlights in this process, and entertaining the concerns of these vocal folks who know how to access you all and have historically been catered to is the reason why we're in this debacle in the first place. You all have the opportunity to spend some time denoting the lines in the ARC map. And while it is not perfect, we recognize that this is your chance to do that. And the amount of time tossing the softball back and forth, whether you want to hear from the public more or whether this map should go here or there, you have wasted 15 weeks of all of our lives forming the commission if your only effort is to go in a different direction. And the members from Rohnert Park who participated in the conversations with us directly and those who did direct outreach said that they did not want their vote split in Rohnert Park because it dilutes the political connection and cohesion that they feel. These lines were going to define an entire generation moving forward. That's in 10 years. And that means you're going to decide whether millennials and the generation after will have an opportunity to stay in this county or not. And we all can watch the videos in 10 years and re-understand where this went. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Chris. Chris, please state your full name when prompted and unmute.
Yes, hi, I'm Chris Meyer. I live in Roanoke Park. And one of the things that has always troubled me about map 51162, the ARC map, is that the supervisor of that District 3 would be accountable to and listen to input from only one voice, and that would be Santa Rosa. As far as I can ascertain, this has not happened in the history of Sonoma County. Supervisors have always represented multiple geographic communities in their districts where they represent varied interests, not just one. In a city where you're doing redistricting, this may be appropriate, but not for our county. I think it's inappropriate in a county our size that the board would allow for that. I've been involved with redistricting since 2019. I was working with Roanoke Park on their redistricting, and I fought very hard for District 1, which is our very vibrant Latino community. I'm a firm believer in the California Voting Rights Act and the everything that goes with that, all the rules and regulations. And I'm looking at this map that we're doing, and I think that the Roanoke Park split is a very good map. I know it just came out this morning. I sent a letter on Wednesday and it still wasn't out, but it's very readable. It addresses everybody's questions that I was listening to this morning about Cloverdale, Canyon Manor, which was discussed last week, and several other things. So I think it's actually a very good map, and I'm looking forward to the county using that map. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Pat. Pat, when prompted, please unmute, state your full name, and begin to speak.
How you doing? My name's Pat Patterson. I live in Sonoma Coast. I'd like to thank you folks first for your hard work with this census rushed redistricting. Anyhow, I live on the coast and don't have much in common with the folks that live in the A section of Roanoke Park. And it would be best to keep District 5, the rural district that it is, and cut out the 101 corridor. Obviously, you'd have to move the eastern limits of District 5 further to the east to get enough population to balance the district, but it could certainly be done toward any part of the rural West County, anything west of 101. Thank you ever so much for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Michael. Michael, when prompted, please unmute, state your full name, and begin to speak.
Hi, this is Michael Tatone. So I'm meditating on the comments that Kirsten Lang made, and it was mentioned that it was a waste of time. It would have been a waste of time for the ARC members to spend 15 weeks working on this and then have the county go in another direction. But, going farther on that, it's also a waste of the public trust, because the idea of an ARC commission was to have more of an equity lens, more engagement, and trying to mend some of the historical injustices that went into districting in this county. And I understand that you're trying to find a solution that, kind of includes, for instance, putting Roseland into District 3, but I feel like you really want to just listen to the ARC Commission. The revision, I think, looks fine. One of the ARC's recommendations was don't split Roanoke Park. That's what they heard from residents. And, there was a meeting in a town hall in Roanoke Park, I heard, that wasn't well attended. So I don't know how much Roanoke Park has had input on this split map, which would dilute their vote between two different supervisors. Seems like it's not doing them any favors. And I thought, we all were really concerned about Roanoke Park and their interests recently. So I recommend going with the ARC revised map. I think that there's been a lot of armchair arguments, or a lot of, I studied this weekend and I think I understand this better than the people on the commission. And I think that that's a lot of white splaining is what I'm seeing. It's a lot of white splaining on Facebook, a lot of arguments that are based on just kind of like personal things that I figured out in 10 minutes of thinking about it. And it's unfortunate that this process is as cramped as it is, but I think the best chance is to go with the people who spent a long time.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes the time. Our next commenter is Allegra. Allegra, when prompted, please unmute, get your full name, and begin to speak.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having us comment. And I want to say this morning that the ARC map does not only bring Roseland and Moreland into District 3. I feel like that's something that's kind of, it's like a half of a piece of the puzzle. It's not the full piece. What is being failed to be mentioned is that the other thing it does is it unites those areas with Northwest Santa Rosa. That's another diverse working class area. And this is the power that has historically been denied to those of us who live in those areas. So that's why that map is important. It's not just that it brings Roseland and Moreland into District 3. So these kind of non sequiturs about what we're doing for Roseland and Moreland don't really have the same value if they are not connected to Northwest Santa Rosa. The Koenig-Schoeffer map just continues to center majority white areas, continues to center majority white voices. The hiding behind language of equity when we talk about certain communities of interest is tiresome at best. And we want the ARC map that represents the equity tools that the board themselves outlined, that they committed to, that you committed to. And now when you see that the mapping doesn't bear out, you know, that commitment along with all of your desires to keep your same constituents and continue to keep all of those rich white people happy, you don't like it. So you need to use your own values that you stated you had, or just come out and say, look, we are going with the rich white people. Thanks for trying by. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next commenter is Vesta. Vesta, when prompted, please unmute, state your full name, and begin to speak.
Hi, Vesta Copestakes, Forestville, 5th District. I think the biggest concern for me is separating, putting Roanoke Park into the 5th District because I'm in the 5th District, and I think along the lines of the 101 corridor, populations of rural versus urban. It is a very different way of thinking, feeling, living, rural versus urban, and it is very difficult to represent both rural and urban needs, especially environmental, open spaces, various things like that. That is my biggest concern, and just in terms of the way we live, the whole concept of a community of interest. No matter what race, ethnicity you are, you choose to live in a rural area or an urban area for the most part, unless it's a job or whatever. But there's a concept of rural versus urban that I keep thinking that defines the community of interest and where your priorities lie. And so that's probably the biggest concern that I have. I do believe that respecting the ARC is important just because it was designed and they did put all that effort into it. So I can certainly see where that is concerned. So I'm really glad I don't have to make this decision. I just want to say communities of interest tend to be rural versus urban in mindset on how we live. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Ellen. Ellen, when prompted, please unmute, state your full name, and begin to speak.
Hi there. So I'm very confused. I thought at the end of the last meeting that you chose the ARC map, but that you were going to make some tweaks to it. And I remember reading an actually great explanation from Supervisor Hopkins on a Facebook thread about what Roanoke Park and her current district have in common. And I thought we were going along this road, and now we're here. And all I could say is I just don't understand. It does sound like you're doing what Kirsten said you're doing if you choose a map other than the ARC map, which is to just throw away all the work that had to do with the equity. I hope you don't do that. Please listen to Kirsten and Zaira and Michael and Allegra, and please stick with the ARC map. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Mike. Mike, when prompted, please unmute, state your full name, and begin to speak.
Hello there. Good morning, or it's afternoon now. This is Michael Nichols. I live in Cazadero. And I want to thank all that have been involved in the truncated mapping process that we've been dealing with this year. I support the Rohnert Park split number 1 of the 3 maps presented today. However, I do also request that former Supervisor Konishofer's map be considered and used as a guide to revise so that we can reach a final map that can be accepted by the Board of Supervisors. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Josh. Josh, when prompted, please unmute, state your full name, and begin to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors, county staff. My name is Joshua Simmons. I live in Petaluma, and I'm speaking up in support of the district map submitted to you by the district redistricting committee. The current district map furthers a status quo in which people of color, specifically the Latina community, are marginalized. The committee's proposed map addresses this. Rather than centering the voices of the few who claim, without evidence and in contradiction of the reality of our current maps, that districts can't effectively contain both rural and suburban areas. Rather than centering the voices of the few, it is time for the Board of Supervisors to ratify the map submitted to them by the ARC, which follows both the law and the principles of equity. Thank you.
Next commenter is Chris. Chris, when prompted, please unmute, state your full name, and begin to speak.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christopher Neugebauer. I live in Petaluma. I just want to say that I'm deeply bemused by the people calling into this public comment from District 5, saying that they have nothing in common with the people of Rohnert Park, while they ignore the fact that a large portion of the current District 5 consists of people from Southwest Santa Rosa, also an urban area. The current District 5 is a mixed urban-rural district. The revised District 5, per the ARC map, is a mixed urban-rural district. I'm calling in to support the ARC map because it unites Rohnert Park, which it was a desire of the people of Rohnert Park. It unites Roseland and Moreland with much of the rest of Santa Rosa, further integrating them into Santa Rosa. And it matches the needs and desires of those communities. Further, the ARC map advances the principles of equity that the ARC works towards. And so I commend that map to you. Please further the ARC map and not the Rohnert Park split map. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter is Julie. Julie, when prompted, please unmute, state your full name, and begin to speak.
Hi, my name is Julie Royce. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you so much. I'm calling today because I'm concerned with the fact that we continue to hear from so many in our community that this one map that was created is the only answer. It saddens me that we have dug our feet in the ground and said, I am right, and this is the only one that works. When we should be working together to make the tweaks to make it work for others. We cannot uplift one disenfranchised community and completely ignore and silence another. I know that wasn't the intention of the commission. They've worked hard. They produced an excellent first draft. Now let's work together to make it work for the other communities as well. Rohnert Park, well, historically, has been, I don't know how to say it right, but has been the good old white boy club. But that isn't the case. Those voices in Rohnert Park that have been silenced for so long are finally getting representation. And our mayor-elect and our vice mayor-elect have both voiced their opinions strongly, and we need to support and uplift their voices as well, and the people that they represent. So please, let's work together and get all of these voices heard, not just a few. Thank you.
The next commenter is Anna. Anna, when prompted, please unmute, state your full name, and begin to speak.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chairwoman Hopkins, Vice Chair Supervisor Corsi. My name is Ana Lugo, and I am a member, or was a member, of the Advisory Redistricting Commission. I think that it is true. There are so many ways in which this map could be drawn. Actually, probably too many different ways in which the map could be drawn. And what the commission decided to do was to look at equity principles that were not solely focused on Southwest Santa Rosa. And I think that that narrative has been driven, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but some of you in public settings. I think that it is really unfortunate that our supervisors have chosen to take such clear stance and to actually denigrate and diminish the work of the Advisory Redistricting Committee and to excuse political motivations under the guise of caring for communities. If we actually, to Supervisor Rabbit's point, we have to look at the data. And if we actually look at the data, we may be doing more harm than good by splitting Rohnert Park. And there is a reason that the Fair Maps Act asks that we look at keeping cities together. So now you're going to go from not only splitting Rohnert Park, but further diminishing Santa Rosa into more districts. I think that you may want to ask yourself, what lens are you looking at this through? I'm not here to call you any names or to put any types of tags on you. I'm just saying that you are actually maybe doing more harm than you're doing good, and it is really unfortunate that you have decided to diminish the work of the commission for your own political motivations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Alan. Alan, when prompted, please unmute, state your full name, and begin to speak.
Hi, my name's Alan Worstel. I'm a resident in the current District 5 Roseland. I'm a cloud engineer. I work with computers. I'm not an expert in redistricting or demographics or any of that. And plus, I'm white, so my voice is already inherently heard by society more than other people's who aren't. And I believe that all the people on the council have a very diverse background in things like farming and journalism, et cetera, things like that. Not really experts on demographics or redistricting or anything like that. So maybe we need to put together a committee of people who have diverse backgrounds who can put together some maps that represent everyone better, who's, that's their expertise. Wait, I'm just looking through my notes on this now. We did that already, and we're not just listening to their expertise when we put this commission together. I think that's really what we need to do then. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Bailey. Bailey, when prompted, please unmute, state your full name, and begin to speak.
Hi, I am calling in to be in support and solidarity with the ARC Commission. I don't want to speak too much because like the speaker before me, I'm a white person. So my voice, despite being disabled, despite being in poverty, my voice is still heard. And I feel like like the speaker just said, you hired people to do this work, and you don't like it. And so I feel like we really need to consider what was that for? And if they still want it, they still feel that this is the most important map and the NAACP supports it, then I feel like those voices should be elevated above mine. That means elevated means above my voice, right? So above our voices, I still have not figured out how Rohnert Park is disenfranchised. That would be something that I would like to hear. But I feel like this ARC map was done with rigor and thoughtfulness, and it needs to be addressed. It needs to be upheld. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Kelsey. Kelsey, when prompted, please unmute, state your full name, and begin to speak.
Hi, can you?
Yes, go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yes, you're breaking up a bit.
I think I lost connection.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so hi. I'm also my name is Kelsey Vero, and I'm also calling in support of the ARC map. And I agree with others who have stated that basically the discussion that I hear is about the relative merits of the maps, and of course we want to look at that. We need a map that is lawful and correct in those ways at the end. But I do think that something that's been called for in these comments is about paying attention to who has drawn those maps in a specific way, not as just like an author of something neutral, but as people who have their own needs and their own histories basically in play when they're making those maps as part of their perspective. And that is true also for the supervisors and for the public when we're looking at it, that we have our own needs and our perspectives that we're looking at it from. And again, I agree, that is why we, in fact, voted to have a commission do it. And so my biggest question along this process has been, where is the will of that vote and those voters who said that we should have a commission do this? How can that be upheld if we choose someone else to draw the map? I don't understand how those two things can go together. If we just don't like what they came up with, like there must be some process to understand and work with the fact that we chose not to have the supervisors do it by themselves for a reason. And basically that's one of my biggest questions is about the actual process here, because of course the result matters, but the process and the people involved matter too, in terms of understanding what the effect will be. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Chair Hopkins, there are no more hands at this time.
Thank you very much. And I will bring it back to the board to discuss which map we would like to now move forward with the consultant to make modifications on. I would like to take a few moments, and I would offer the opportunity to my colleagues as well to respond to some of the public comments. I want to start off by saying thank you very much for your public comments and for your engagement in this process. I do want to address a couple of points. You know, the ARC recommended drastic changes. Both of the maps that we're looking at today include drastic changes. So I don't think that's a wasted effort. And I sincerely hope that the members of the ARC don't feel as though months of their lives were wasted, because all of that is going to and informing the process that we are embarking upon today. You know, at the same time, every time you have another meeting, every time there's another article in the newspaper, you draw a wider circle and you hear more feedback. So we have had the opportunity to receive feedback from hundreds and hundreds of residents that the ARC never had the opportunity to hear from, because that map that the ARC voted on was debuted in real time at that meeting. So folks in West County and folks in Rohnert Park didn't even know that that map was a possibility, right? They didn't even know that there was a possibility that Rohnert Park would wind up in the 5th district. And so, there's no intention by any of us to denigrate or disrespect the work of the ARC here. And I don't think that disagreement on some points amounts to disrespect. And again, I do think that we have, the opportunity to hear from additional folks with every new meeting that we have in this process. And I kind of think that's what democracy is all about. So there's some, accusations about only listening to the few and not the many, but I can say that I have heard from the many in the proposed future 5th district. And the thing that seems to unite people most commonly is that it doesn't make sense to them. And so I don't think it's fair to sort of sweep all of that public feedback under the rug. I mean, I was getting text messages early this morning from folks who were like, I can't attend the meeting. Can you read the statement that I have out loud? I said I couldn't, but to email it to the board. So, it's important, I think, in my opinion, to keep hearing from the public and to honor and value that feedback, including the feedback of folks who were working today and didn't have an opportunity to participate in the meeting. I also think it's important to just recognize that the pressure to put Roanoke Park into West County isn't coming from Roanoke Park and it isn't coming from West County. So it's important to listen to those voices. I heard more commenters from outside of the proposed future 5th district supporting that today. And in response to I also never intended, and I apologize if this was from me, to say that the ARC only focused on Southwest Santa Rosa. I don't think that that was true, but I never heard the ARC at a public meeting saying how important it was to put Roanoke Park in the 5th district. I thought that suggestion came from the consultant as a way to balance the population. So I just wanted to provide a response to some of the things that were said, and I would open up the board and to my colleagues on the board to share any responses before we sort of go into deliberation again, because there was a lot that was said in public comment, and I think that it was all very thoughtful and all something that we need to take into account and respond to. Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments, Chair Hopkins. District 1, I'm comfortable. It's essentially my district. Large unincorporated population, large community of interest, community of color, and the boys, Fetters, Alvarado, Agua Caliente remain intact, and I'm comfortable with that. And I'm comfortable with the district changes recommended by the ARC, with the exception of we need to include the entire area of the Bennett Valley into the Bennett Valley Area Plan, because that's a community of interest as well. Yes, they're predominantly Caucasian. Some of them are affluent, a lot of them are not, but it is a community of interest that I respect. But I also respect that making some changes to the ARC map does not mean that we are disrespecting the incredible effort that those members have put into that. And I want to assure the members that your efforts absolutely were not in vain. But I also know, and I've heard from Linda Shulkin and my representatives on the ARC, that many felt that their deliberations were rushed because of the sheer amount of information and thought that needed to go into the recommendations. And so I applaud your efforts moving forward, recognizing that we're in this position now of sharing your frustration. We have a lot of information to go through and not a lot of time. So we're going to get there. It is always a work together, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hopkins and everybody. The only thing I will disagree with that's been stated is the amount of accusation. And I'm just going to say that I'm somebody who really in this process wants to cool down the temperature, have less accusations, and honor the work. That was why I voted for the ARC map last time, and why I still like the ARC map. At the same time, I like what the Roanoke Park map is trying to do in the sense of dealing with the concerns of Roanoke Park. And I never heard, once again, that the issues from the ARC, from any of my representatives or any of those that I talked to, was focused on Roanoke Park specifically. It was focused on Southwest Santa Rosa. That being said, I'm looking really towards Chair Hopkins, as we talked about earlier, is really, it looks like both of these maps have some pretty dramatic shifts for the majority of our districts. Both of these maps have my district taking on a large portion of Santa Rosa that doesn't have there before. That's going to be quite interesting, no matter what happens. But I look back and the reason I voted the way I did with the ARC was because of the work that had been put in and the focus that had been there. Understanding and looking at this Southwest Santa Rosa area so specifically, I'm really looking forward to diving in and drawing those lines and figuring out where we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Corsi or Rabbit, any responses before we start deliberation?
Thank you very much, if I may. I appreciate your words, Chair, and I think it really summed up the situation well. I could just tell you from someone sitting in the South County, I've had extensive outreach with the city of Cotati, the residents of Cannon Manor, many of which I think you've all received emails this morning, or I know that I did. And I go back to that piece that comes up into the Santa Rosa Avenue, which I think is really just the next kind of area that I think that is part of, or should be part of, in my opinion, Santa Rosa going forward, not part of the South County district as even with that particular map. So I am where I am in terms of wanting to move forward on the split map. I think of the three in front of us, it serves the entire county the best way. And again, as you said, acknowledges the equity work and the significant change of getting Southwest Santa Rosa, Roseland, Moreland into the same district as Santa Rosa.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, thanks. We'll get there to a vote this morning, and I'll be interested to see what the majority has to say at the time. But I want to thank the folks who joined us on public comment today. But I have a feeling that public comment would have been much more robust this morning had we not been talking about a map that was daylighted just a few hours ago. A map that is very different from what we pretty much told the public we would be doing today, which was taking a look at some tweaks to the ARC map. I would be surprised if all those folks who were so concerned about urbanizing the 5th district by adding Rohnert Park to it won't have some concerns about adding downtown Santa Rosa, including the Santa Rosa Plaza Mall downtown, Cottingtown Mall, Railroad Square, the Apple Valley neighborhood, West 9th Street, Santa Rosa Junior College. How is that not, turning the 101 corridor into the West County? I think if people knew that, they might have something to say about that, but they don't know it. And, I'm really concerned about us ramming through a map that nobody has seen. Nobody. I've been accused of supporting the ARC map because I'm trying to protect my political future, which is laughable on its face, but it's serious enough that I want to address this for a minute. The ARC map removes from my district, removes from the 3rd district, the precincts in northeastern Santa Rosa that supported me by the highest margin in last year's election, by 29 points over my opponent. It adds to my district in Southwest Santa Rosa some of the precincts that I received still enough to win, but my lowest vote totals in Santa Rosa when I ran for city council in 2014. It's not a boon to me politically to support that. I support the ARC map because I believe the Redistricting Commission, when they say that their intent is related to our stated wider focus on equity empowerment and the uplifting of disadvantaged neighborhoods. We say those words a lot. We've said them a lot lately. but it can't always be achieved simply by removing a few barriers. Sometimes it requires deliberate action to lift up communities and people who historically have been held down. That's what the ARC map was intended to do. At their October 25th meeting, the members of the Redistricting Commission, they started with at least 5 maps, including one that would leave our districts pretty much as they are right now. But a diverse group of 19 individuals spent 2.5 hours on that day, the last of 8 meetings, 8 official meetings, and many more outreach and equity meetings. We spent 2.5 hours listening to each other, exchanging ideas, and discussing the options that they had. They were professional, respectful, thoughtful, serious, and sincere. And they arrived at a unanimous conclusion. This one map. The revisions to the ARC-1 map, I don't believe changes what was intended at that meeting. The decision that they made that day, they made clear it wasn't a comfortable one for them. It's an odd map. It's very divergent from the status quo. It's very discomforting to those of us who've lived comfortably for decades with the current configuration of our voting districts. I think that we have to be uncomfortable if we really want to uplift disadvantaged communities in Sonoma County. The ARC map creates a district, including Roseland and Moreland, with more than 45% Latino residents. I believe that's a plurality for the 3rd district. It makes it much more likely that the next 3rd district supervisor will be from Southwest Santa Rosa, rather than Northeast Santa Rosa, which is where I live and where the power has resided in the 3rd district for at least the last 50 years. This may be a threat to my political future, but I believe it's good for the community as a whole. This map makes us uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't blame all of you for being uncomfortable with it. But I believe the only way we improve equity and empower those who've been denied power is for those of us who have that power now to let go of a little of it. I'm ready to do that today. I'm going to support the ARC map, the ARC-1 map. It's based on a map that's been out in the community for more than a month, not the map that's been out there for less than half of a day.
All right, so with that, we'll sort of have a conversation around what map we want to start with. Since Supervisor Corsi did address politics, and I think it's important to put all of our cards on the table here, right? There was an accusation that we were, looking at other maps regarding, our own political motivations. And I want to be very clear that my district is changing by 50% with either of these maps, right? And, honestly, if I was looking out for my own political motivations, I might be seeking the status quo because I love Roseland and Moreland and I have worked very hard in those communities and I have a lot of connections and support there. But I'm not, because the communities are telling me that they want to be with the 3rd district. And I honor that and I respect that. And I think it's really important to sort of set politics aside. It's going to be work for everyone whose district changes, period. We have to get to know new communities, and that's part of this process. It really shouldn't be about kind of who the representative is at all. It should be really more about the governance and the ultimate representation opportunities that we are creating. And, for me personally, I'm just very concerned that the map that was, put forward by the ARC, which also had a similar process where it was debuted in real time during that meeting, has been resoundingly rejected by the residents of the proposed future 5th district. And so I will be sort of supporting the split Rohnert Park map with modifications and an opportunity to work with the demographer. Looking to my colleagues, I see Supervisor Gorin has her mic unmuted.
which I just muted accidentally. Thank you to my colleagues. I'm looking through all of the various permutations. And I said initially that I wanted the Roanoke Park split. It seemed to make a lot of sense. It looked like the districts were compact, but I'm trying to get to the answer for my question regarding Roseland and Moreland. And in the Roanoke Park split, is the Roseland and Moreland areas combined with the central Santa Rosa area? Or where is that? And I guess that's my question. I'm frantically trying to get to the interactive maps.
I can share my screen again if that would be helpful.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
So that's the Roanoke Park split then. And so the area for Roseland and Moreland is combined with District 3. And so I'm comfortable with those maps and want to respect all of the work of the Art Commission. I do have a comment or question regarding splitting Santa Rosa, the center downtown core. We recognize that Santa Rosa has traditionally been split between 4 of the supervisors, including my own. I am concerned that the center of the downtown is now split with 2 supervisorial districts. So that's the question that I have for Supervisor Corsi, and I know Supervisor Rabbit weighed in on that, but it's I believe it's Supervisor Hopkins and Supervisor Corsi splitting that downtown area. So I appreciate the map there, and from my perspective, I'm still pretty much in favor of the Roanoke Park split, but that's the question. We may want to make some modifications in downtown Santa Rosa.
Yeah, and that would be if we sort of start with a base map, then we can start to hone in on the different areas where we might want modifications. So, and I don't know if, I believe that before staff had pulled up sort of the difference between the ARC map and the Roanoke Park split map with respect to Roseland and Moreland. I think that's something that we could dive into if we have agreement on the base map. So would that be good for you, Supervisor Warren, or do you want to do that right now?
Whatever works for the board. I think that's where my mind is sort of going between those 2 maps for that area in particular.
Okay, why don't we sort of check in with our colleagues to see which is sort of the map that has been support and look to those modifications if that works for you, particularly in those areas of downtown and of Roseland and Moreland and where that boundary is. Does that work? Thumbs up if it, okay. All right, Supervisor Rabbit and then Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, I mean, I remain a supporter of the maps in front of us of the Roanoke Park split for all the reasons stated earlier and those that you stated as well. I know that wherever the division is going to be on the north end of Santa Rosa will affect the southern end of that particular district in order to achieve the population balance, but open to look at whatever needs to work within there. But the Roanoke Park split, I think, is the base map to move forward from.
Thanks. Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, thank you very much. I voted before for the ARC map. That is still my first vote. I'm also interested in where we go with the Roanoke Park split map and look forward to diving in further. Thank you.
Okay, so I sort of heard, I believe 3 for looking at the Roanoke Park split map. Should we start there? Is that an accurate assessment? All right, so why don't we go ahead and bring up the Roanoke Park split map and start with Supervisor Gorin if you wanted to make some suggestions or if you wanted to ask some questions regarding Roseland, Moreland, and downtown. And hopefully, Doug, you'll be able to share screen so that we can look at this in real time and also compare it to the overlay of the ARC map.
My question really is about the population split. I know that Yvonne and Linda talked about the fact if, in fact, my district absorbs the additional area in the Bennett Valley area, that my population is way way beyond some of the other districts. I don't know that that's true, but I think that that's the question I have, and how we could modify those boundaries, especially in the populous Santa Rosa area, to balance out the population between District 1 and probably District 3, maybe.
Yes, I can answer that. So in the Roanoke Park split map, District 1 is actually the smallest district.
Oh, good. I like that now.
Yeah, it's far short. Yeah, it's four. It essentially is the current District 1. Actually, it is the current District 1. Except for the one change that is that the Marshall finger that you mentioned in Santa Rosa's cleaned up.
Right. That little dog leg that looks very strange. And if we reduce that, then we would reduce my population. So again, if there is a need to balance population, let's play around with some of the boundaries of my district going into Santa Rosa.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm good.
And are we able to share a screen so we can kind of zoom in on the areas that are being discussed in real time, because we're not seeing it right now?
Sure. Yeah, I can. There you go. So the finger we talked about. So the colors here, the pink, the blue, the green, and orange are the Roanoke Park Split 1 map. The purple dash lines are the current lines. And so right in here, you can see the kind of odd finger where District 1 comes across and picks up along Gilbert, Montgomery, Sonoma. Who knows what the reason was for that 10 years ago? It may have just been population balancing or whatever. But the idea was to follow the highway there.
Well, although it is an interesting shape, it actually does have a lot of commonalities with those neighborhoods just across Farmers Lane from them. So we may look at making those boundaries a little bit squarer if I need population in my district. Either way, I'm comfortable.
Okay. So we can see where the other changes come out and where that leaves us in the plan deviation and come back to that.
And Supervisor Gorin, would you like to look at other areas of the map?
No, I think that that's fine. Originally, Supervisor Gore and I talked about shifting our common boundary a little bit so that the boundary is not France Valley Road, but Porter Creek and Petrified Forest. But if in fact my district is short on population, I'm comfortable with the current boundary that we share right now.
Okay, and then I would ask my other colleagues on the board, unfortunately, while we're screen sharing, I can't see everyone's faces. So if you raise your virtual hand, that would help me keep track of who'd like to jump in. And it looks like Supervisor Gore wants to jump in.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hopkins. I think there's a couple things here that I'd be interested in. Number one is down in the, I guess you would call it the southeast portion of what would be the changes into District 4. That comes down all the way down, not just to Shenate, but it comes all the way down to the Flamingo and all of those other communities. Those are currently in District 3. I think one question that I have with respect to, I looked at the population distribution on the two different maps, and currently what it has is I think 97,383 in District 4 if it was written like this, and it has 93,661. Part of my question, as much as this isn't the biggest importance to me in the world, I understand that there's a disruption no matter what, but the conversation before, I believe on the dais, was Supervisor Gorin had talked about there was proposals in some of the maps for her to represent that area of Shenate and down to the Flamingo and others. So part of my questioning is, do we want to equalize districts 1 and 4, get those numbers more to 95,000? The reason I say this is that currently, if this is the way it would go, District 4 comes all the way down to Highway 12, which is, if that's the census block that needs to be retained to do it, that's fine. But I think I'd appreciate some consideration of sharing that new area with Supervisor Gorn in District 1, as opposed to going down all the way. The other thing that I'm interested in.
And Supervisor Gore, just let me say that I'm comfortable with any of those modifications in there. I know those areas well, and it will be fine with me.
Okay, I don't remember those being reviewed as a focus by either the consultants or the advisory redistricting commission. But I think I'd be interested in potentially is looking at that area of really around Shanate South and Shanate North. It might be a ton of people. I can see that in the other section of this map is that it has Supervisor Hopkins in District 5 pulling more into what I would call the Apple Valley area, the Indian Village area. As Supervisor Corsi said, the Coddingtown area, kind of things like that. So I don't see how that would be shared with any other boundary other than, I would think, you and I, Supervisor Gorin. So I almost, as much as, I would be interested in using the line of Shanate as a potential division, unless it throws the numbers out of whack so much that we can't do that. But that's you and I kind of sharing the area. I say you and I, but I don't really mean you and I really mean, the districts and the people who represent these areas in the future is sharing that section. But if ultimately they need to pare it back because of population, that's fine with me as well. That's not.
And I'm comfortable with that boundary, whatever works. I think all of those neighborhoods are communities of common interest. So the boundary is fine. Using Shanate Road, I originally talked about using Shanate Road as a potential boundary with Supervisor Corsi. So that's fine. And there are a lot of folks there in those neighborhoods that, again, have some trauma from the fires almost coming down into neighborhoods.
And as we said, is ultimately, if that doesn't work, I'm fine with it as well. I'd be proud to represent any area in this section. The second question I really have, so outside of that, this goes back more towards, I guess you would call it the western edge of my district around the Windsor area. And this kind of goes to Supervisor Hopkins and myself in this new line. So I believe what my interest level is really a little bit further south. Yeah, you're getting in there good now. This section that touches Old Redwood Highway, that census tract section, this is another one where, I've represented this area for a long time and represented it proudly. I don't want to state a sense of ownership one way or the other over the area. But I'm interested in Supervisor Hopkins because I know Forestville needs to be under the current district lines, retained down into this area. Currently, Supervisor Hopkins, you and I share this area of East Side and West Side and others, and I don't think it's a big population hit. So I'm kind of wondering if it's needed to change it. I don't know. I kind of go back to this point about people working with my office and myself working with them, and this really being one of these quiet areas. So I'm kind of more prone to not change all of East Side Road over to West Side and continue our shared kind of ownership of that area. I think about some of the issues that have been fought for. I think about our land use commissions and our advisory commissions we've created and others. But once again, if it's I guess I would ask the consultants, is this area of where the existing line is of that red on the south and going over that big, that kind of peninsula up there, and if you go up and then a little bit over to the left, is that a substantial, I know it's not a substantial population, and is there a need to change that? And Supervisor Hopkins, I don't know about your take on that. I don't really have a dog in the fight. I'm just kind of asking the question of, is it worth it for us to change constituents and districts in an area that's very ancillary to this whole process?
And I want to just sort of jump in and say that I actually felt like that kind of went too far. And I think that some of the sort of areas actually that are not shaded right now but that are up in closer to Healdsburg. I feel like that maybe sort of gets into, is that the sort of Milk Creek area up here? That's really more of a Healdsburg oriented community, even though it's a rural community. I think it really feeds into Healdsburg. And my interest was more in kind of taking that little silly peninsula out that kind of cuts in towards Forestville, because those kind of communities that, Forestville is their town, right?
Yeah.
And so sort of smoothing the boundary, but not necessarily extending it that far. So I would agree with kind of going closer to the line so that you still have sort of that, let's be honest, unfortunately, fire shed, right? Kind of around Healdsburg, and really looking more at smoothing the line over by Forestville to sort of connect. There's almost that, there's the peninsula that goes in, right? And I think kind of smoothing that out between sort of the right angle that, I wish I could have a pointer, right? That kind of goes like, there's this sort of little peninsula thing, right? And kind of taking this top corner and kind of bringing it down. So.
Yeah, I think I think so. I mean, I also think about, this may seem strange for people to listen to who are not a part of our work, but programming roads projects in that area 2 to 3 years out. You and I negotiating between Wohler Bridge and which section of you take it, because it's out of the District 1 roads budget versus the District 5 and District 4, right? In those areas. So, unless there's a big change there, I would be more prone to keeping a lot of that section where it is, since it hasn't been a point of interest and it's not a big population area. So, but if you have some amendments that you think would be needed to ensure Forestville has its appropriate buffer zone and area, once again, this is me picking, talking around the edges. This is a core concern or core big issues. Thank you.
Yeah. And just getting numbers for you. Yeah, the whole area highlighted in red here is only 495 people. So it's not going to throw us population either way. We do have one weird census block here. This area that I'm highlighting and unhighlighting is all one census block.
Yeah.
So we do end up with a little bit of weirdness.
That's kind of our existing one. I think that little tail end there on the bottom is actually Supervisor Hopkins' Shown Farm, where we cross over, and then the area on the right is the big area of Lytton and River development that we work on collaboratively. So unless anybody has any problems, I like the shaded area that you're talking about retaining in District 4. There's a lot of thick issues we're working on in that area.
Yeah. And similarly over here, this peninsula is somewhat shaped, again, it's because of this two giant census blocks. So this could go, we could essentially stop, let me see. So if you wanted a cleaner line that didn't have a big peninsula going in to 5, we could draw it like that, but it's up to you.
I don't think I think we keep that the way it is right now. We have a shared collaboration on that entire mountain shed, fire shed, work shed. Supervisor Hopkins, unless there's something that I'm missing from you there. Once again, this is an area that with 500 people, they know who their district office is, who our people are. I think it's appropriate.
All right, is that it, Supervisor Core?
For now, yes.
Okay, great.
Unless you tell me that you're looking to take Cloverdale as well, and then
we're good.
we'll have to get back into it.
All right. Other supervisors with suggestions or questions? I'm not seeing any virtual hands raised. Oh, there we go, Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, can someone address the question of downtown Santa Rosa as a community of interest?
Yes, so just from how to get this way, essentially trying to bring District 5 needed to come into Santa Rosa, north of the highway. And so we're just bringing it in until it gets to the railroad. And then ideally the freeway would be perfect, nice, easily recognizable boundary. But that was not enough people. So District 5, in this case, comes across to, what street is that?
Mendocino.
The Santa Rosa.
I understand the math.
Yes, but
I'm asking about downtown Santa Rosa as a community of interest. And, I guess it's a legal question as much as anything. It's a fairly high on the priorities of the Fair Maps Act.
So Supervisor Corsi, communities of interest, really look to whether there would be a group of folks who have shared history, shared socioeconomics, or shared social interests, super broadly defined. But the one factor that really defines it is they would have more fair and effective representation if they were maintained within a single supervisorial district. And that is entirely within that parameter, a policy call for your board.
Well, we've been talking about communities of interest through this whole process. And we've been told that we should be respecting communities of interest. I would maintain that downtown Santa Rosa is a community of interest. I think that the residents and business folks of downtown Santa Rosa would consider themselves a community of interest. And I'm just wondering, particularly considering the history of downtown and how it has been split and put back together with the freeway, with Courthouse Square, with the downtown mall, and now it's being split between two supervisorial districts. Now, I don't pretend that being in a separate supervisor district across the street is the same as having a freeway or a mall dividing the downtown. But this is a significant change that has not been discussed in the community. And I believe that this is a community of interest that's being divided.
And this is Susan Gorin, and I absolutely agree with that assessment. So I'm looking for some boundary modifications to keep the downtown as one district.
Just in terms of figuring out the population numbers, say, would you consider the freeway the western border of downtown, or what would be the western border and northern border that you want to bring in?
Well, it has gone out all the way to, I think past Dutton, maybe to Link Lane or so.
Yeah, Dutton's over here.
Yeah.
And then how far north?
It would be better. I'd like to see what the numbers are. I know there's a math problem here, but there's always a math problem. We've been trying to solve math problems, and I don't think this is a good solution.
So yeah, using College and Dutton as the boundaries of this area. So that's about 3,748 people. So this would put us over the 10% count, but we could then, District 5 would then need to pick up somewhere, either coming farther west, I'm sorry, farther east north of College, or by going into 4, and then 4 comes down into 3. We could do a smaller area without needing to balance it.
Can we see what it would look like if it just went to the 101?
Sure. If we take it to the 101, it's 1,304 people. And so District 3 would be at 4.19%. So combined with District 1 at 4.37, that would put us at about 8.5% overall. But the changes we talked about between 4 and 1 over to the east a little bit could balance out District 1 some, and we'd end up at about 6 or 7% overall deviation in the map.
So is that something that could potentially be supported? Supervisor Corsi?
What about taking it to the railroad tracks?
Oops. As close as we can follow the tracks using blocks, because unfortunately they're not a block boundary. That would get us about 2,500 people, 2,496. That would put District 3 at 5.41% over. And that would get us about 9% overall deviation. So we're getting pretty high at that point. Just
What
between
happens if you give that thumb back to District 1 over off of Farmers Lane?
Oh yeah. Oh, and we were even talking about giving more than just the thumb. Yes, at District 5. That would, if we move the area around I believe it was around the Flamingo, that would help even more than just the finger or just the thumb. Yes.
This is Susan Gore, and I'm just saying that if you choose the boundary of the railroad tracks, that's essentially splitting the community of interest of the West End. And so the 101 may make some more sense than the railroad tracks.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
I have my hand up there. I have a question because I was curious as you were moving the census tracts, and I'm fine wherever those who know the area best have it be where the border is. It seems to me that a border within an urbanized area, downtown core, where less people live, would be a better place to have a border than splitting a neighborhood. I throw that out there. But I'm curious, as you drew that and as you filled in the squares until you got to the freeway, was that a census tract, or was that the ability to fill that in another manner? Goes back to my first question of the day.
Right. All the areas you're seeing me highlight and de-highlight, those are all census blocks. Yeah. So we are using those official census blocks.
It didn't seem that way as you filled in along using the 101 as a border, though.
Well, the 101 is a census block border, so we are using the blocks. I'm not sure what.
All right. Did you have a tool that actually talks about population density, or only the population within the blocks?
We can calculate it because we have the area of each block as well. But as I zoom in, you may have noticed the numbers pop up. They're probably hard to read. I can make them bigger here.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Is it not true though that if you're going to have a border within an urbanized area, that you would do it in an area where less people live?
I mean, you'd want to balance all the factors that were laid out at the beginning and make a decision on, given all the fair math factors, where that boundary should go.
So circling back, do we believe that we could balance the population a little bit between D4 and D1 to achieve this? And Supervisor Corsi, do you feel that this sort of meets your concerns regarding a community of interest in downtown Santa Rosa?
Supervisor Corsi, you're muted.
I'm trying to determine the numbers here, and I'm still trying to figure out whether 101 or the railroad tracks makes a better boundary. In the end, I'm still not going to support this map. I understand that the majority of the board is going to support this map, so I would like to make it better. But I still would like to hear from the public who is affected by it.
So on just purely from the number side to your question, following 101 will keep the plan more population balanced and require less offsetting elsewhere. But we could do the offsetting if that's your preference.
Supervisor Corsi
Yeah,
on the railroad line versus
like to-
101.
I'd like to see the numbers as reflected here.
So the question is then, I think, really between D4 and D1, right, who would need to move in to pick up some of D3, what would make sense for those other districts in terms of looking at communities of interest and kind of lines that would make sense. I'm unfamiliar with this area, so I would hand it over to my colleagues, Supervisor for Gorin or Corsi.
This is Susan, and I'm comfortable with any of the boundary changes in where the cursor is, that purple sort of triangular area, maybe south of Sinead, and that would be fine to balance the population. Again, I would express a preference of if we're going to choose a boundary, choosing the 101 corridor as the boundary rather than the railroad, because I think it's important to keep the west end intact.
Yeah. I did look at the numbers earlier. You may have noticed going up to Chinate. I know I'm mispronouncing that. My apologies.
Sinead.
Sinead. Thank you. Thank you, Sinead. That ends up being 6,000 people. So that's a very significant area.
That's more than enough. So you may want to look at additional boundaries such as Alta Vista or Montecito up there.
That's, yeah, okay, let me look at that.
Alta Vista might be a good, it's along the spine of the mountain there.
That's where the line is now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's where the line is now. So if we wanted to move some people
Into District 1, then you could choose Hidden Valley, but I think, or all of the area off of Hidden Valley might conceivably move into the first district, that Rolling Hill and all of those roads along there.
So
essentially where that vacant space is, you might skirt around the Sinead campus, but yeah, that's probably good.
Hidden Valley is a distinct neighborhood with a street going through the middle of it.
Indeed, which is why I said you should probably move it to the west from Hidden Valley Drive to around that vacant area.
yeah, the problem is we end up going, we have some odd, the vacant areas get really odd census blocks in here.
That's the Sinead campus. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, would Montecito work if we just came over to Montecito and not all the way over there?
You probably could if you're looking for it. Still, it's not necessarily important, but the Montecito does separate there are common neighborhoods on both sides of Montecito.
Okay.
Not easy.
Right. Oh, we get another one of these weird census blocks too. Yeah, if we come all the way over, So we're at 6,000 earlier, and now 4 is going to be 5.72% short.
Is over.
And 1 would be 1.3% over. One
Well,
could,
that's not bad.
right. It's fine for 1. The problem is that 4 is then so short. And 3 is now significantly over. So that would put us at 11% overall deviation.
So can we look at the border between 4 and 5, or will that not work because I'm already under substantially? I need to pick up population somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah, whatever 4 picked up from 5 would then have to pick up somewhere else. So
I would also say that, it looks like currently is that what 4 already picked up from 5 was going from Guerneville Road to Piner Road on that section in the upper left of your map. The community of Coffee Park is one that really wanted to be kept strong, but if you zoom in there, you could probably go further north of Piner into those neighborhoods and still hold on to Coffee Park if you can. Let's see here when you click on that.
Can we look at the intersection between 2, because I think it would be challenging for sort of the 4th and the 5th, which are both low, right, to steal from each other. It just kind of pushes us closer to the margin. Do we know what the population is in the 2nd and the deviation?
Yeah, so the 2nd is over by about 2,300 people. So, and by the way, I did get someone to cover my 2 o'clock, so I've got until 3 o'clock. So yeah, right now the border between 2 and 5 in this map is the current border. So if you wanted to, 5 is short and 2 is over, so you could push 5 farther south if that was your wish.
I would want to hear from Supervisor Robert because I know he feels strongly about sort of the dairy belt and where that's located, and sort of keeping that together as a community of interest.
I'm open to whatever needs to happen. Certainly on that, probably the most northern edge, and then to the west of that, across between, as we kind of share that border between Sebastopol and those that kind of flow back into the South County there seems to be some room for movement in there. There could be.
So it could be possible that the 5th takes a little bit of the 2nd down there, and then if needed, the 4th could take from the 5th to sort of balance out their loss, or maybe that would just sort of put us at enough of a spread. I guess what I'm seeing though is still the 1st looked low in that, but I thought we just added to the 1st. So could I just go back and see where we are on the 1st?
Oh, I didn't actually add it in yet. That's
okay,
yeah.
Okay. It seems important to know where we are, right? With that proposed move.
Correct. Yeah, up here. Yeah, no, I didn't actually make that.
Yeah, so should we go ahead and leave it to Supervisor Gorin to talk about what makes sense from a community standpoint for that shift, and then see where we are and then try to balance?
Okay. Yeah. Oops. Oops. Go. Yeah, so that's coming down Humboldt. I don't know if you want me just to take it over at Lewis, just to clean that up, or comfortable with it. Coming down Humboldt.
That's a very distinct neighborhood also on both sides of Humboldt.
So I'll put that on there. We try to keep that together, then yeah, then 4 is at 6.11% under, 1 is at 1.68% over.
You're muted,
Mr.
Linda.
Hopkins, you're on mute.
Thanks. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like 4 would need to take some from 5, which would then need to take some from 2 in order to make this scenario work. Are there other alternatives? I guess because we sort of already defined the lines around 3 and didn't want to adjust them further unless we want to shift it back to the 101 from the railroad tracks.
Yeah, I guess the railroad tracks is a big question there.
So do we have sort of board consensus on the railroad tracks over 101? And then do we want to try to adjust accordingly? And if we could just kind of do a verbal check-in, because unfortunately I can't see everybody when we're doing the share screen function. Supervisor Corsi, I believe that was your proposal. So I'm assuming that you prefer that boundary, correct?
It's the, I don't prefer it at all, but it's better than the freeway, I think.
Supervisor Gorin?
Well, I would disagree with that assessment, but you have to divide it somewhere. I think it makes more sense to have the freeway. But Chris and I are both former mayors, so gee, we may disagree about this.
So Supervisor Gorin, you prefer the freeway, is that correct?
But you know, this is Chris's district, so I'm going to go with what he wants to do. I just know that the West End neighborhood is going to, there are folks on both sides of that potential district boundary that would be a little dismayed to know that their neighborhood is separated.
Well, you can see where the proposed line is. It's a dotted red line. The reason that I'm saying the railroad tracks instead of the freeway is that the freeway and the Santa Rosa Plaza have been universally condemned as separators of our downtown and dividers of our downtown for decades. So that's how I'm drawing the line there.
And you and Supervisor Hopkins will be representing that neighborhood together. So I'll let you respond to their concerns.
Supervisor
You
Gore
responded
and
to them
Robin.
by saying I didn't vote for this map.
Supervisor Gore.
You know, quite honestly, Supervisor Hopkins, I'm good with whatever needs to be done up in that area to take care of population. If that means that my district has to come further south into the Sinead area to equalize with District 1 instead of, you know, shaking up everything with 3 other districts and making you going down south, or whatever works. I just want to be, I want to be supportive of getting to the right numbers where I think we're close.
Okay. And Supervisor Robert?
Yeah, whatever I would defer to the supervisor representing the districts or those who know the boundaries better than I.
So I'm looking at the consultants for sort of ways to balance this. Are there any other boundaries that could be adjusted between sort of, you know, the first and the third, or how can we sort of respect the community of concern that was raised by Supervisor Corsi while striving to achieve balance in this proposed map?
Yes, so there are a couple of options. One would be for District 1 to come into District 3 around the thumb that we talked about, around Montgomery Drive and Sonoma Avenue. I don't think we want 5 to come south of the highway or into western Santa Rosa, south of the highway. So that's kind of off limits, I think. But there's a few people in here, no, not that many, I was going to say, kind of on the northeast side that aren't in Roanoke Park that might be able to move, but I think there's only a few. Let's see. Yeah, that's only 100 people, so that's not going to do us anything very useful. So really, in terms of what 3 could give up, my impression is really it's the giving up to District 1 around Montgomery here. So if let me look and see what would be needed here. That's weird. So obviously we're in a neighborhood that I hate to go through, but if we used kind of Alderbrook and then the creek down here, that would bring District 1 up to 3.25%, and District 3 would come down to 3.83%.
And I'm comfortable with those boundaries. They make some sense, even though those neighborhoods on both sides of Alderbrook are communities of interest. They're fine, and Chris and I can work together to represent their needs.
I just don't think we can dismiss communities of interest so easily.
So Chris, what would your proposal be for moving some of your constituents into District 1?
Maybe we should just acknowledge that we can't make this map work unless it cuts off the top part where I live. That's what this is leading to. You know, cut it off at 4th Street.
So then you will be a supervisor, not living in the district?
Cut it off at College Avenue and 4th Street. What happens then?
College is probably too many, but I can look at that. So that is 5,227 people. It would almost perfectly balance 3, but 1 would then be over by 7%. So then we have to find.
Maybe this map doesn't work.
Well, I think we're now understanding the challenges that our redistricting commission had. Truly.
So another alternative, I believe, would be for sort of the 4th to take some from the 5th and the 5th to take some from the 2nd. And to still make, I mean, there also still is that finger over there, right? The thumb or whatever we were calling it, that would bring a small population from the 3rd to the 1st. So what happens if we make sort of a more minor adjustment?
Sure. Yeah, if we do that, then moving kind of the theory around the thumb, then we're 1 and 3 are each 3.25 and 3.83 over, which is, it's over, but it's well with, you know, not gonna put us anywhere near 10% as a plan. If we can get the other, as you say, if we can then balance 4, 5, and 2.
And that works for me.
So I would look to sort of Supervisor Gore for any thoughts on where the 4th would sort of most appropriately encroach into the 5th. It sort of would kind of make visual sense, but I want to look at those communities in kind of that area in which the 5th is sort of a peninsula over there towards where it joins the 4th, the 1st, and the 3rd. It seems like some area over there might make sense to draw down, or alternatively, there is sort of the other area there a little bit to the northwest, but somewhere in this area. I mean, it's sort of, I see Coddingtown Terrace is sort of separated right now from Coddingtown Center. I wonder if kind of coming down to include Coddingtown Center and kind of go over would make some sense.
I'd be supportive really of any of those. Currently, that area is already shared, splintered between District 4, District 3, and to a certain degree with your district kind of coming up into the Guerneville Road area where mine connects, Apple Valley, Indian Village. For me, I think whether the district over a little bit more west, if the district currently goes all the way down to Guerneville Road, it doesn't stop at Piner, right? So the easiest would be to just take that additional few thousand people and keep that consistent in the city of Santa Rosa, I would think. And if you want to get further into the peninsula, then that's fine as well. But I would start by just looking at that section of what it changes in between Piner and Guerneville, and in that section, what we can achieve.
Yeah, so the highlighted area going down from Piner all the way to Guerneville is way too many. There's 11,600, but we could take part of that certainly. Maybe down
and that's not a problem if you just that's not a, once again, issue I have is everybody, anytime we look to make a line smaller, somebody says it's a community of interest. I would say that entire area, and I say this respectfully, is in between Piner and Guerneville is a beautiful suburban area. I actually grew up in that area for a while, and there isn't an important, and what I would say, dividing line in between those. If you go down like what you're doing right now, I would say take what you need, and we'll represent it well.
So what I'm showing here is down to Marsh Road and then dropping down to Steel Lane. And that would bring District 4 up so that it's short by 1.8%. And then that would leave 5 short by 7.63. So then we'd have to balance 5 and 2 out. So they were both about 3.5% short. So this could work. Or we could take a smaller area. That would be leave 4
if it
more.
helps 5, you can take a smaller area.
Yeah. If we took just kind of that corner, so this is Steel Lane and let's see, and Marlowe, that would leave, then we'd end up with 4, 2, and 5 all being right about 3% short and kind of minimize the overall deviation in the plan. But from a numbers perspective, that's probably the cleanest.
I mean, Westdale and Marlowe are pretty major arterials in that area.
Yes, they are. A lot of commerce down there too. As much as we look at the houses, it's
yep.
It's really divided by those roads.
Yep.
Where you live.
So that would work, and then we'd look to balance 5, and if you're comfortable with that boundary, then we look to balance 5 and 2.
So let's go ahead and look at the boundary between 5 and 2 and see what's feasible.
Where? So we're looking for about 3,000 people.
If your map shows kind of Bloucher Creek, it seems to me, Linda, correct me if I'm wrong, but those streets that come off Cunningham, they not spill down into Sebastopol more so than the other side of the district.
I agree with that.
So it seems in that area there can be whatever the census tracts are within there.
So we're going to be taking a pretty big area here, just to get the 3,000 people.
Well, it all doesn't have to happen there. I would only take those that spill down into Sebastopol and then go over and look at perhaps north of Wilfred or over in that area.
Yeah, I agree, Supervisor Abbott.
Oh, actually, there's more people than I thought there would be. So actually, the area highlighted here is about 3,000 people, but I may be coming too far south for what you're talking about. Actually, why don't I take the Wilfred area first? That probably is better. So that's about 800. Oh, but a little bit of that is in the city of Roanoke Park. Not split the city. There we go. Yeah, that helps.
So what you did over here was come down Caulfield to Blank, across Blank to 116.
The area I just picked, or are you talking about the first area?
Previous one.
Oh, yeah, that was coming down to Blank, yes. Whoops. Don't want to do that.
Oh, not all that.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, coming down to Blank, to Kenfield and Blank. Yeah, that's about 3,000 people, and we get us pretty close to balance. 5 would be short 2.33, and 2 would be short 1.73.
I'm trying to follow along on my computer here to see the
sure
edge.
Yeah, so we're coming all the way over to the highway.
Through the chair, if I may, I have a request. When the majority of the board has looked at the map and made adjustments as it deems appropriate to meet the federal and state law requirements, I ask that we then take a step back and take a look at the overall demographics and overall population, so we can go through the criteria and make sure that we are hitting them all. And I don't want to do that prematurely, but I just want to make sure I would like that opportunity before we close out.
I appreciate that, Linda. So let's sort of look at the deviation and the lines. I'm wondering if it would be possible to upload this to the website, or at least sort of email a copy to board members in real time so that we can review it. And I would also love to have an opportunity to sort of zoom out and take a look at the overall districts and kind of note potential, communities of interest, and have kind of a big picture look for all 5 of us.
And
yeah,
if the email could also be sent to Yvonne, so we could post that for the public to view as well, I would appreciate it.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And actually, the fastest way to do it is I can put it on the interactive review map, that zoom in, zoom out map that Yvonne was using, in about 2 minutes. So
Perfect.
Be quick.
Why don't we do that? And why don't we just take a brief recess? Because we've been at this for quite some time now. So maybe a 5-minute recess while we upload this, and then that will allow it being an opportunity for board members and members of the public all to be able to view this in real time on their own devices.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take a, let's say a 10-minute recess. And then that will also give council an opportunity and staff an opportunity to review the map and sort of determine its compliance, with the elements of the Fair Maps Act. And I just want to check in to see if it looks like we have our full complement of supervisors and staff and our consultants back, because I know that we do have limited time remaining with NDC.
I'm here, but my machine says the host has stopped my video. Coursey.
Interesting. I was muted, but I was able to finally unmute. So maybe something's going on
Okay.
here.
Yeah,
Oh,
rabbits.
there we go. I see you now.
Yes, I stopped and muted some people.
I'm here as well. This is Core.
Perfect. So let's just make sure that we have Supervisor Gorin. Oh, and there she is. I know we're all sort of rapidly trying to eat get a little bit of calories in as we continue our deliberation. So thanks everyone. I wanted to sort of start with, you know, kind of what we had worked on prior to the break, and if there were any concerns regarding communities of interest or sort of adjustments to the boundary, before then hopefully turning to County Council for sort of an analysis of the map so far. So looks like Supervisor Rabbit, you're leaning in. Do you have some sort of potential adjustments?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I appreciate the discussion and having the break give me an opportunity to look a little deeper into kind of the terrain, the density, where residents spill into, and what I think there are more areas that they're more associated with. And I'm talking specifically about that area that you and I share currently over in that would be the northwest corner near Sebastopol. And there certainly are areas there. I think we did a larger grab, probably too big of a grab, because the area over by Hessel really, in those areas east on 116, I think are more aligned with Cotati, Petaluma. As you go a little further west, those areas are aligned more so with Sebastopol. Blanchard Creek area is an area within that band that has less density and seems like a logical place to split it. And I know that's not as much of the population that you were trying to grab before, but maybe that can soften the blow, and then relooking at whether it's apparently the railroad or 101. I just say this is smart. 101 seems like a better place to split supervisorial districts in the middle of a railroad track, but that's just me, especially going forward with developments that are going to take place. And again, it's in the city, so it's represented by a council member as well. But that's what I wanted to put out there, was maybe having that area be a little more compact that we were just talking about, and then looking at the whatever the numbers are going to be elsewhere.
Okay, so that, I don't know if the consultant, Doug, if you're able to bring up that particular area and see if there would be a way to sort of shift a census block or two. I support Supervisor Rabbit's recommendation on that, and I agree that sort of the one kind of flows more into South County and Cotati and Petaluma compared to the other areas that tend to flow towards Sebastopol.
Yeah, let me share my screen here again.
Well, okay, you're trying to put a pipe to get under the
So
5 cents.
the creek is a boundary, so that's a census block boundary, so that's good. So if we put that back into 2, then 2 is slightly over, about 0.4% over, but 5 is short by 4.44%, which would give us, let me see what's our biggest. That would give us a 8.27% overall deviation. So it'd be it'd be good to get some more population in 5 if we can.
What was, just for curiosity's sake, what was the difference between the railroad boundary at 5 and 3 versus the highway in terms of numbers?
The railroad, you talking between 5 and 3. So it's following the freeway right now.
Okay.
Between there, yeah. Yeah, so if we were to move it to the railroad, that would take population out of 5.
Okay.
So you want to look all the way over at Bloomfield, or if you just want to keep it at 8.5%, but that's pretty high deviation.
Well, it's not a size 10.
True.
What about the area just east of Lano? Is there sort of a small area that could slightly close the gap there? Just like that little corner up along the existing boundary.
Open here. Let me see.
Oh, I see that. It's
Yeah.
an oddly shaped long one.
Yeah, we'd have to go, essentially it'd end up over to Stony Point, but if we did that, yeah, that's 375 people. It would bring 5 down from 4.44 to 4.06. A little. That would get let's see, that would get our overall plan deviation below 8 though. Yeah, that'd get us to 7.9% overall.
Thoughts on that, Supervisor Rabbit, or just sort of, are we comfortable with kind of the larger spread of range?
Well, I think that, I mean, I'm fine with that. And, you know, I'd have to hear from our own council regarding the range.
The range is within 10%, and it looks to me like this falls within that parameter.
Okay.
I would like to get, if your board doesn't have any final adjustments, I would like to get demographics on this breakdown from the consultant.
Are there other sort of questions or comments or areas of concern that came up during the break, Supervisor Gorin or Gore or Corsi?
Not really. They're interesting splits around the fringes of my district, but not really questions. There just is not a good way to split neighborhoods neatly.
This is Gore. I have nothing to add.
Okay, and I'm almost wondering if sort of that 400 people is kind of more disruptive than substantive. It does sort of form this peninsula that doesn't look especially compact, and it doesn't really substantially change the percent of the population. Supervisor Rabbit, do you have thoughts on that?
No, I agree with you. I mean, to me, I'd rather have it be very logical and compact, that's why I keep questioning, doesn't seem to matter how close we get to 10 as long as we don't go over it. As long as everything else is equal, and I'll again defer to County Council on that.
And this is Susan, and we'll go over the demographics. I'm interested in the demographics. I suspect that my somewhat affluent and older white district will become more so with the changes and with the new maps. But mostly I'm concerned about the fact that District 3 and District 1 have about 101,000 people, and the other districts are quite a bit less than that. So as we might rethink some of the population shifts to more equalize the population.
Okay, so that's probably a good transition. Why don't we?
Chair Hopkins, I had my
yes,
hand up.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, I have a concern about the noticing of this, which our agenda specifically said we were going to be looking at the D map from the ARC, and I'd like council to weigh in on how it is that we have ignored that and are talking about a map that was not mentioned on the agenda and wasn't made available until this morning.
Absolutely, Supervisor Corsi. I tried to address this in my introduction, but I'm happy to discuss it again. I know that this is a ton of information to go over quickly. On November 16th, your board voted to take the ARC map and take those building blocks. And then in addition to that, there were rather minor changes that were requested around the boundaries, such as in Mark West and Bloomfield, to meet the fourth order of priority, to make sure that the boundaries were recognizable and understandable to the residents. In addition, there was a newly identified community of interest in Bennett Valley, which, as we discussed in the public hearing on November 16th, D1 with the Advisory Redistricting Commission's map had split that, and they had been, Bennett Valley had asked, after the ARC had dissolved, Bennett Valley had asked to be recognized as a community of interest. But the ARC map at that point had D1 with a very high end of population, and to stretch D1 to add more people, and I realize Supervisor Gorin has said it's not that many more people, but that version of the map already was at the high population end. And so as we discussed at the public hearing on November 16th, it would cause a ripple effect to the rest of the boundaries. So what this is your board's recommendation to move forward with the ARC's recommended map with the additional changes that you made at the public hearing on the 16th. And today's workshop has been for your board in its decision to decide what is it to be, to the extent practicable, to meet the federal and state law criteria. Supervisor Corsi, you're muted.
I have no dispute with any of what you just said. The agenda for today specifically talks about the map D, and I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but specifically talks about that map that we were talking about on November 16th, that the public had an opportunity to look at then, that the public had an opportunity to hear us talk about the changes that, that some of my colleagues desired to be seen, changes to that map. The agenda for today does not mention the two maps that have been put in front of us. This is not a small change to map D, it's a completely new map. So that's what my question is how is this new map able to be introduced without even being on the agenda?
Today's workshop, Supervisor Corsi, has been an exercise for your board because nobody else has this ability. Nobody else is empowered with this ability to make this discussion. And we have to comply with the Brown Act. And so we have to have, we've had 5 public hearings. We've had far more public workshops than is required by the California Bureau of Maps Act. We have gone so far above and beyond to listen to all of these voices. And it's time for your board to be the ones to help guide us to make these decisions, because I can't do it and staff can't do it. And the Advisory Redistricting Commission is advisory and they also cannot do it, but they have, as your board has voted, done enormous amounts of work, and your board took that map and voted for it. But your board did ask for additional changes at the last public hearing, and that is what we have before us today. And so, we have, in an extraordinarily short time frame, gone so far above and beyond the California Fair Maps Act to do really the intent of this entire purpose, to bring all of these voices to the table to listen. And I realize it's a challenging discussion, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing that we're all listening and paying attention, and that you are all loved, and that folks want to be in your districts. And so I realize, easy for me to say, but this is the point of this exercise.
I appreciate that sentiment. I really do. And I applaud the engagement and transparency that has been part of this process up until today. I don't think the noticing of this meeting was transparent, and I'll just leave it at that.
If I may, through the chair, I actually believe it does comply with the Brown Act, Supervisor Corsi, and let me see if I can get you more comfort. The direction from the board at the last meeting was the preferred map was, as Linda noted, the one recommended by the ARC, but there were several requests from board members to have that map tweaked. The additional maps that were presented today were based on the notes that our consultant took at that meeting, was trying to address specific concerns that various supervisors raised regarding borders and communities that they thought should be kept together. And he presented several options. Those are all based off of the map that was originally recommended by the ARC. The intent of this workshop was always going to be to make real-time changes, and some of those were done in advance. And based on that, we started with a single map. That map is included in the packet, as well as 3 or 4 versions, I lost track already, that had the tweaks requested by various supervisors at the last meeting. And then in today's discussion, before you started drawing the lines here, there was a which version are we going to start with, and that was 3 of you voted to start with this version.
This was also noticed as a workshop, which is active and for sort of discussion. And that's why we made sure that the consultant was here so that we could actually make adjustments in real time. I would also note that the process that we followed today is exactly the same process that the ARC followed when there were maps introduced without, sort of the public being able to view them ahead of time. And that was moved forward. And this will be an iterative process, right? This is coming back to the board. So the public will have an opportunity to, sort of look at the specifics of this map and continue to engage with us as we move forward. Are there other sort of questions specifically about this map? Because I did have one final thought on how to achieve greater population balance, which I do think, I would prefer not to be underpopulated as a district or to get those numbers a little bit closer. And I was kind of looking at the fact that now the 5th district sort of more aligns with the sort of 101 boundary in the south, but it has the sort of railroad boundary in the north. And I was wondering if sort of aligning with 101 up there would actually make sense and would kind of take some of the excess population of the 3rd and shift it into the underpopulated 5th.
You all know you have the majority here. Do what you will.
Supervisor Corsi, do you have any suggestions on sort of the map? I know that we only have our consultants for another 15 minutes, and so I think it's important to sort of look at any potential lines. And if you'd like to go back to the Brown Act conversation afterwards, I'm certainly happy to make space and time for that.
No, I indicated I was done with the Brown Act conversation before Mr. Pittman weighed in with his definition of tweaks. And as I said, if you want to take the area between the tracks and the highway to balance your district, that's fine. I'm not going to support this. So you go ahead and do what you want.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Is there any other, I just would be curious, can we ask the consultant how many people would be in that, and would that sort of help to balance the districts in an appropriate way? And can we also look at sort of the communities as they currently exist there?
So there are, I got one extra block, hold on. There are 1,100 people there, almost 1,200. So that would bring District 5 up from negative 4.44% to negative 3.23%. And District 3 would go down from currently 3.83% over to 2.61% over. So that would bring our map a little over 1% closer to balance.
And that is sort of an easily identifiable boundary, I think, for the community in terms of, the sort of cohesion and ability to understand the district map. So that might make sense as a way to bring the districts closer in alignment rather than kind of trying to go for those odd dog legs into the second.
Supervisor Hopkins, if I dare, I realize Supervisor Corsi is frustrated with this process. And I just want to make sure that when I heard him speak previously, that this piece that he expressed a strong interest in keeping that together with the city of Santa Rosa. Is that accurate, Supervisor Corsi?
Actually, what I said was I would love to hear what the public thinks about this, but we're not hearing from the public about this map today.
Well, it is, I do want to have a final look at the demographics before we lose the demographer, and that's an important piece of this discussion.
Great. I'm just going to check and see, do any of my colleagues want to chime in on any other suggestions? And I'm just scanning the gallery to see if everyone's hands are raised. If not, then I would hand it over to you, Linda and Doug, to review the demographics and the compliance with the Fair Maps Act.
Before you run through the numbers, should I make this change or not?
I would like to see the numbers with that change because I do think that that creates more balance and also clearly identifiable boundaries.
Okay.
And is it possible to have demographics with both versions? Is that something that the board would support?
It's not going to significantly impact the subpopulation groups, the ethnicity and those kinds of groups. It would only have an impact on the overall plan deviation.
I just want to make sure that we are getting full compliance with the whole map that your board supports with federal and state laws. I am not trying to insert myself into policy, and I do know my role, and I appreciate all of your comments.
So can we go ahead and view the demographic information for this? And then I would appreciate, Linda, and I really appreciate your subject matter expertise on this, sort of reviewing compliance with the Fair Maps Act and sort of providing that analysis for the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So can you see the can you see the numbers on the screen?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay.
So your board has expressed a strong preference and has voted on equity principles in our county to address that we have inequities in our county and empower our people to vote for electeds who will help work to identify these inequities and work to make sure that we all have equal opportunities in our community. That is something that your board has embraced and the ARC also has embraced. So when we look at this, we look at your board's equity principles, and we also need to look at the Federal Voting Rights Act, which is Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act, which makes sure that when we're drawing district boundaries, that we're not intentionally or unintentionally engaging in racial discrimination by diluting the vote and the voting strength of our protected minorities in our community. In Sonoma County, we have a beautiful growing population of protected minorities of people, and that will continue as the decades pass, and it makes our community much stronger to have this. But so when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at making sure that we are not diluting the voting strength of folks. And when you look at the current supervisorial map, there is a breakdown of 19% in the Hispanic Latinx community. I use the word Hispanic because that is the term that's used by our federal census. But in our Latinx community, it's 25% in the 3rd district, which is our strongest group so far when we look at the revised map in the Roanoke Park Split 3 version here. And the ARC map, this District 3, which was also in that ARC map, the Advisory Commission map, also created the strongest voting power of our Latinx community for the citizen voting age. And in the ARC map, it was 26%. So quite comparable. And notably, compared to our current supervisorial district boundaries, it's only 19%. So I realize that this is important to your board, and making sure that we are recognizing, and while we can't draw boundaries based on race, based on the United States Constitution, we also have the Federal Voting Rights Act, which makes sure that we are recognizing and protecting the voting strength of our minority people, in addition to your board's own equity principles. So I wanted to make sure when we look at D4 also, which is 21% citizen voting age in our Latinx community, also with the ARC map, that number was 21%. Both of these maps are raising up the voting strength of our protected minority people. I also have looked at our Black community, which is dismally low. Hopefully the next time we come through this exercise, we will have more of these areas to look at. But it's a sensitive conversation because we need to make sure we're not drawing boundaries to base it on race, but also that we are recognizing that these folks have voices that need to be heard in whatever the ways that you are drawing the maps. And I see very similar breakdowns between the ARC Rohnert Park Split 3 map and the ARC map. So that's what I'm looking for, and thank you for the opportunity for having me to review this.
Thank you very much, Linda. And I would just go ahead and turn to my colleagues and see if there are any questions for either Linda or the consultants, or if there are any additional suggested modifications to the map as it stands. I'm just looking for virtual raised hands, or Supervisor Gorin, I see you unmuted. Would you like to chime in?
Yes, thank you. Since I did comment earlier about the difference in populations for District 1 and District 3, I'd like to maybe offer a suggestion, minor tweak truly, in going back to the original agreed boundaries between Supervisor Gore and me, using Mark West Springs Road, Porter Creek, and Petrified Forest. Not many people living there, so it truly is a tweak, but it would connect a community of interest across both sides of France Valley Road. And that's what James and I had talked about before, and we're looking for some minor tweaks that would more equalize the population.
Great. Supervisor Gore, would you concur with that? It sounds like you're both in support.
I support that, whatever works. And I'm sorry my video is not working. I'm trying to reset my connection, but I can hear it perfectly. I hope you can hear me.
We can. Thank you, Supervisor Gore.
Yes, so in the brief time I have left here, the challenge up here is that these blocks are huge. So you can see when we try to put which timeout is they're right along the border. And essentially what we end up doing is, if we put that area together, is we end up splitting over along Petrified Forest Road in that area. Because the blocks don't use the ridge lines. They go, so either one side of the ridge is divided or the other side of the ridge is divided, unfortunately. Yeah. I don't know. So is that something you're interested in, or is that going to be just moving the problem from one side to the other? So, Supervisor Gorin, you're muted.
Actually, we were talking about Porter Creek, Mark West Springs, and south of Porter Creek, probably I would prefer to stay in my district.
So, right, and so that's the problem is that
Porter
Creek's not a border.
That's a little strange and probably would not work. Thanks for that. We may want to go back to looking at the boundary in the Hidden Valley, Jeanette Road area, and maybe that is a way to look at that again. It's a high population area, a lot of communities of interest. And actually, you know, I'm just going to say this. I want to thank the residents of the city of Santa Rosa. In my experience, they really go to the city council for services and questions, not necessarily the supervisor. So even though my population may have been added by adding more folks from the city of Santa Rosa, from a workload perspective, the additional population is not onerous. Of course, I'm saying that, and I have great staff helping me, but in general, I think that that is true.
Yeah, and you're right. If we use Montecito Lane, then yes, the two districts would be almost perfectly balanced. At 4 would end up at 0.89 over, and 1 would be 0.66 under.
That's okay. So that might be a way of moving forward, and I don't have strong opinions either way.
Supervisor Warren, if you don't have a strong opinion, I like the previous iteration. I mean, once again, you and I are, it sounds like we're both talking, and it's like it's a 3 for you and it's a 4 for me or something like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
A 1 to 10. But you know, quite honestly, I just don't have a lot of experience in working in the Sinead area. And if that's an issue that you want to put this back to equalize our districts, I'm fine with it. But I just know you have. So honestly, whatever works.
Thanks, Supervisor.
But I'd rather keep it the way it is.
Right, and that's fine with me. I do have experience and know the issues affecting all of these neighborhoods, so I'm comfortable with that. With the original, with this iteration.
And my apologies for having the hard. I had some flexibility in the 2 o'clock meeting, but I don't have any flexibility in this meeting. But we'll get the demographics and this final version up on the website later today.
Doug, can you zoom out so we can see the whole picture, if I may, through the chair? I want to make sure that we're running through. We've looked at equal population. We've looked at compliance with the United States Constitution. We've looked at compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act. Now I'm looking at geographic continuity. And now I'm looking at communities of interest as identified by the Advisory Redistricting Commission. We have the coastal region with the Russian River communities. We have Coffee Park, Lark Field, Wikia. We have Boise Hot Springs, Eldridge area, Fetters Hot Springs. We have Moreland and Roseland connected with the city of Santa Rosa. Supervisor Corsi identified additional stretches in there, including the city of Santa Rosa as a whole. And we have acknowledged that the city of Rohnert Park had expressed a desire to be maintained as a community of interest. But then your board has received a letter from their own elected officials asking that it either, that the ARC's map for that portion of it be not honored because they felt the city of Rohnert Park felt more aligned with the Highway 101 corridor and also the city of Santa Rosa. So we are also then looking at whether the 4th order of priority, whether the boundaries are easily identifiable and recognizable by residents, and also filing natural and artificial boundaries, which we have tried to do with creeks. I've heard your board say this. And also the 5th is if all of the other criteria have been met, that we have compactness, which it looks like we do. So, and I hear Supervisor Corsi asking for public input, and there is a requirement that before your board adopt any map, it be posted 7 days in advance. There is some wiggle room if there is a very, like hitting up against the December 15th deadline. But at this point, this map is not being adopted today. It's going to be posted on the county's website. Your board can come back today and give further direction. And there's another public hearing coming up on December 7th for additional public input, additional public thoughts. And if your board wants to make changes at that time, though we are quite pressed for time, we have that opportunity on December 7th. And for communities of interest, many were identified in, I think, in the city of Santa Rosa and throughout these areas. But the cities have elected officials. And so the one thing that unifies the community of interest entirely in your board's decision is whether they would have fair and effective representation if kept unified within a supervisorial district. And so the communities of interest that I have heard that have been identified by the ARC and your board look to me to be represented here to the extent practicable with minimum division, and the cities to the extent practicable minimum division. But again, this is largely a policy call by your board's majority. But I just wanted to make sure we're running through these pretty critical, important legal analysis to make sure we are working within the federal and state laws.
Thank you very much, Linda. And thank you to our consultants for canceling your other meeting. And I know that you need to get off to the next meeting as well. I will look to my colleagues on the board. This is not going to be sort of a formal vote for adoption at this point. It will be sort of brought back before the board on December 7th. Is that accurate, Linda?
Yes, indeed. It will have to be posted on our website in this version for 7 days so the public has an opportunity to take a deep dive and look at this and let us know what concerns they have.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Corsi, it looks like you're leaning in.
Yeah, we received earlier the version 2 of the RP/Santa Rosa split map. Can we get the final version emailed to us, please?
Yeah, I'll get that from NBC once I can get a hold of them after their meeting. It'll come today though. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions or thoughts from members of the board before we adjourn this meeting and continue the conversation on December 7th?
Supervisor Hopkins, one thing that I was hoping is that we just have in any of the public documents also for us is the stuff that's been mentioned anecdotally, but should be put on there. The existing demographics of the districts, the future demographics and numbers of the districts. As we mentioned also, it's very interesting to see the numbers. District 3 moved to a majority minority district, and District 4 to move from, I think I was at around 21%, and now it's at 33%. I welcome that diversity into my district and the work that's needed to do anything on that. But I just think that kind of overview information would be helpful as we take a look at things in final time.
I completely agree, and I appreciate that guidance, Supervisor Gore. Any other supervisors have any requests or sort of comments to bring forward at our next meeting? All right, seeing none, that does conclude our business today. This is an informational item. We provided direction to staff, and that will come back to us at our next regularly scheduled meeting on December 7th, 2021. And I believe that it is scheduled currently as an early in the morning, sort of one of our first items that we will tackle on the regular calendar. I think we just had a general review this morning, but it feels like many hours ago. I believe we were looking at an 8:45 a.m. time certain. Is that accurate? I'd like to confirm that. I'm seeing nods. Okay, so 8:45 a.m. Time certain on December 7th, 2021. So thank you all very much, and take care, and I'll see you on December 7th.
Record.